A very warm welcome to all of you who've joined in here today. We will begin shortly. We're just waiting for a few more people to join in. Begin in just a couple of minutes. I have Kashish with me here today, along with the rest of the team. Kashish is going to be taking us through the entire day's event. Over to you, Kashish.
Thank you, Devasmita. A very warm welcome to each one of you, and I'm very happy that we see such a great number here. Like Devasmita said, we are just going to wait for a minute or two, and we will initiate the event. And before I start with that, wish you each one of you a very happy World Mental Health Day. Ria, can we please have a little music before we begin?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to each one of you. When it comes to mental health, all countries are developing countries. This was expressed by psychiatrist and Harvard professor Dr. Shekhar Saxena in 2021. World Mental Health Day is observed on 10th October every year, and with the overall objective of raising awareness of mental health issues around the world and mobilizing efforts in support of mental health. This day provides an opportunity for all stakeholders working on mental health issues to talk about their work and what more needs to be done to make mental health care a reality for people worldwide. We have gathered here to deepen the value and commitment we give to mental health as individuals, communities, at different work sectors. We must spread more awareness and strengthen mental health care so that the full spectrum of mental health needs is met through community-based network of accessible, affordable, and quality services and support. Today, we bring together leaders, influencers, people with lived experiences, mental health advocates, and practitioners to share their conviction for a day of deliberation, solidarity, and action to prioritize well-being. Calling upon all members to rethink, retreat, and reach out. As we open the event for the day, I would like to invite co-founder Mana Wellness, Dr. Ashwin Nayak, to come forward. And I would also like to introduce a special guest with us today to come forward. I would like to introduce you all to Mr. Rajesh Kamath. Rajesh is a consultant, facilitator, and coach, teacher, author, and a speaker, where the objective is to apply principles from Kautilya's Arthashastra, a timeless management encyclopedia authored in 4 BC, and other eternal texts to modern organizations. He is known for combining the best of Western and Indian management science to provide leadership, consulting, coaching, and learning in solutions to the industry. These are a first in the industry. He has led several hundred learning interventions, training programs, workshops, offsites, and the like for over 15 years for organizations in every industry segment. He has had experience of training professionals from every function and at every level, including at the leadership level as well. He has been and he has been on SHR RM's Advisory Council and People Matters jury for Are You in the List, an initiative to spot India's best young HR talent. Rajesh also co-founded More Than HR Global, that is MTHRG, in 2002, which has since then grown into a community of over 16,000 members worldwide. He also co-founded the MTHR Global CXO community, the only one of its kind which is growing rapidly across India. The core purpose of More Than HR Global is to impact HR profession through expanding the professionals' width and the depth of knowledge. An electronics engineer, an MBA in HR, and a certified by NTL and Kathleen Dannemiller Institute. He is also a certified practitioner of energy healing and Trigger Yoga. Welcome, sir. Now, I request Dr. Ashwin Nayak to initiate the event with an address to initiate the Prioritise Wellbeing, the theme for the day.
Thank you, Kashish, and welcome Rajesh ji to this celebration of mental health. It is indeed my distinct honor to welcome you all today for the Mental Health Day 2022. The theme for this year, as you all know, is making mental health and well-being a global priority for all. And I want to share a few thoughts of mine, 3 thoughts, which I think are crucial for this to happen. And it is important that we all come together to make this a global priority. The first one, I think, is to change the conversation. How do we change the conversation about mental health and make it a celebratory topic, right? How can we learn from the physical fitness, development, or even the diversity and inclusion sector, and say, how can we make this aspirational for people? How do people don't see this as a stigma, but can think about this in a positive way? I think the first way to do it is to sensitize and create awareness amongst people. And our team at Mana has, over the last 40 days or so, has sensitized about 1,000 people. But I think 1,000 is a very small drop in the bucket. And I hope that we will be able to sensitize at least 10,000 people this year in the months to come. So that's number one. The second one is from a employer perspective. How can we really make every workplace an emotionally healthy workplace? How can we bring back the joy of working, as they used to call? According to a recent Deloitte study, 80% of Indian employees or workforce reported mental health issues over the past year, which is not surprising given the pandemic and all the changes happening. It has also impacted the bottom line, to the cost of about $14 billion because of absenteeism, presenteeism, and attrition, etc. So it's no longer a option for employers to ignore it. It is imperative for them to make health and well-being the core of their business, because this will have major advantage in the years to come. And there is enough data to support this view. It is now our role to highlight these bright spots and showcase how organizations are doing this already. And we are delighted in this regard to partner with MTHR Global and Rajesh ji and Vipul ji and so many others who really make up the backbone of MTHR, and we have been honored to meet some of them. The third piece is collaboration between various stakeholders. I don't think this is something that each individual or entity can do it by themselves. We will need collaboration between governments, companies, individuals, all people coming together and making a concerted effort. And to facilitate this conversation, we are also delighted to announce the launch of a Workplace Mental Health Alliance, which will bring together various stakeholders together with the sole purpose of sharing what they are doing and learning from each other. So we hope that the three combination of changing the conversation, making every workplace a emotionally healthy workplace, and being part of a coalition will in a small way help us all get to this goal of making well-being and mental health a global priority. So I'm very delighted to welcome all of you again to this event, and now welcome Rajesh Kamatji to say a few words and share his views. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Namaste to all. And what a delight it is to be interacting with several of you on this day. And look at the names of our two organizations. Mana is the construct, the basis of man itself. When we say human, or we say man for short, not the male part of it, I mean man as a human. I think very few people really across the world, and perhaps even a large number of people in India may realize that the word man has come from mana. That means manaha is so important for all of us. So everything to do with it naturally impacts every single living moment, my dear friends. And manaha makes up what I will refer to as utsaha. And Ashwinji referred to celebrating mental health. I believe in that greatly. And I've always had this quote in my mind for now, I think about 2 decades, that where there is utsaha, there is utsava. I repeat, where there is utsaha, there is utsava. That means we carry celebration with us when we are filled with utsaha. Now, utsaha in the Indian scheme of things is not merely enthusiasm, because enthusiasm can perhaps be portrayed, right, without feeling it inside. So, utsaha in Indian scheme of things is the energy that drives that enthusiasm. Only if you have the emotional energy in your reservoir of energy, then alone you can show that utsaha, right? And then alone can there be utsaha. And there is exactly where we come in, my dear friends. I don't know how many of you are connected with more than HR already. I'm sure those who are in corporates would have surely heard of it. More than HR has been one of India's very unique HR communities. In fact, we are the only community, I would say, of course, many followed in the last 7-8 years. 20 years back, the only HR communities were those who had to have an office, a secretariat, a bank account, membership rules, etc., etc. And most importantly, chapters. And we said we won't follow any of this. And more than that, we said we won't be HR, we will be more than HR. And that more than itself suggests to you the utsaha about HR. And when I say utsaha about HR, how do you perform a job well? One can only perform a job well if you are full of that utsaha. So it goes without saying that productivity, it is a no-brainer. You don't even need to study it to say this. Productivity output entirely depends on the state of the mana. And I'm calling it mana rather than mind because, again, in Indian scheme of things, it is not referring only to the organ called the brain. Our mana is in every cell. So I encourage you, my dear friends, all I want to say is that I'm very, very proud that we have tied up with mana, the organization that is already in the domain of creating wellness cultures. We have been in the domain of enlarging, expanding, enriching HR. So this is just a fitting partnership, my dear friends. I encourage and welcome all of you to join the wellness dialogues, which I'm sure little more will be spoken about later on. But on this occasion, wish you a lot of utsaha, and with that utsaha every single day, my dear friends. Dhanyavad to the Mana team, and all the best to all of you. Thanks so much, Ashwini.
Thank you so much, Rajesh sir. It was a pleasure hearing you and such a great vision. I hope I'm looking forward to working with this collaboration. Thank you. Thank you, Ashwin sir, for beginning this event on such a positive note. Now, moving on to our next very interesting and exciting segment, that is, we all know the COVID-19 pandemic has created a global crisis for mental health, fueling short-term, long-term stressors and undermining the mental health of millions. Manha Wellness has conducted research on the well-being of over 2,000 employees, assessing their stress levels, resilience, sleep, risk of anxiety, and risk of depression. I would like to invite our co-founder, Dr. Ashwin Nair, to relieve the report and share the highlights.
Thank you. Thank you, Kashish. Before we, get into the report, I also want to highlight a couple of things that we are doing with MTHR Global, which might be interesting for people to know about and also collaborate. One of the things that we have realized over the last 2 years is the community at workplace, which has been the most impacted by the pandemic, is ironically the HR community. And they were in the thick of things, and it has impacted their mental health and well-being significantly. So one of the pioneering activities, initiatives that we have initiated with MTHR is to do a study of well-being of HR professionals, which will start shortly. We are collecting initial inputs from leaders from around the world, around the country and around the world. And this study will be a benchmark study showcasing what is happening with the well-being of HR professionals and what are the steps that they are taking. And we hope to release this shortly. The second initiative that we are doing is a ongoing conversation along with MTHR. And I have to also recognize that the study that I just mentioned is also being co-created with IMT Hyderabad, who have taken the lead in designing the study and conducting it. Coming back to the next piece, which is the well-being dialogues, jointly with MTHR over the next few months, we will be showcasing leaders, HR leaders specifically, and talk to them about their journey as HR leaders, but also what they think of well-being for themselves and for their employees. So these two initiatives are extremely important for us, and we hope that all of you can participate and partner and support us in these journeys. So coming back to our report, over the last year or so, our team has spent considerable effort working with over 50 odd companies and interacting with close to 20,000 employees. And one of the things that we've been able to do is do an assessment of the well-being of these individuals on different parameters. And today it's a great delight for me to share a brief overview of what we have found. This is by no means comprehensive. We've just begun, and there will be a lot more addition to this report. And when we release the final version, we'll be sharing it with all of you. So with that, if we can move to the next slide, please.
Let me share some of the slides. We were just sharing the cover.
Oh, just the cover. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let me just talk through some of the key findings. I think what we have found over the last few months is obviously increased in anxiety and the feeling of anxiety and feeling of depression amongst workforce. But also what we found during the course of this assessment is the overall sense of well-being still continues to be high. While people admit that there have been adverse events, people are feeling a sense of anxiety, depression, all the other impact. But people still continue to believe that everything is fine, right? Everything is okay. And that points us to one key finding of this report, which is we as a culture, we as a community, or we as employees have normalized many of the things which we would benefit from if we sought out help, but we have started to normalize this as part of life. I think that has been a key finding. Priya, do you mind muting? Yeah, thank you. So as I was saying, that's one big important finding that we have identified. Second one is that many times employees who are undergoing some kind of or facing some issue also don't know where to reach out to, right? So making sure that managers, particularly people who are responsible for other people, have the tools and the skills to deal with these issues are extremely relevant. So these are some quick pointers. I'm sure that when we release the report, you will see data in much more detail. But I'm very glad to share this initial view of how things look like. And we hope that we partner with many of you to elaborate on this study and make this an annual report that we could share, which sort of highlights what are the issues that individuals articulate and what are the things that we as a community, as an organization could do to alleviate some of these issues. So with that, I close my remarks and hand it back to you, Kashish.
Thank you so much, sir, for releasing the report. Maybe Smita, we could stop sharing, please. Yeah, thank you. So this, like I said, this report is a very, very great reminder to all of us that how our mental health is getting affected, which also brings back us to the theme of today, which is given by the World Health Organization, making mental health and well-being a global priority. And how can we do that is by focusing towards reaching out to as wide, as large population as we can. And so today we come along with different communities, with speakers and moderators working in the heart of these communities to speak about what are the challenges, what is the need, where do they want to reach, and how well-being in their sector is talked about. So we start with our panel discussions for the day, and we bring to you the first panel for the day, which is Generation in Making. along with our wonderful partners at Colpol. Yes, sorry. Um, we bring to you this panel discussion to understand how can we prioritize the well-being of young adult population and create support systems in the educational institute that extend the rising needs of mental health care for students. This panel, I'm sorry, I think just a moment. There's some glitch. Just please give me a moment. Hello everyone. I'm extremely sorry for the glitch, but we have someone coming in for to speak regarding the first panel. Before we actually start the panel discussion, I would request you to please wait until we get the speaker here and we start the panel discussion. I request Ria to please continue with the music.
Yeah. While we are waiting, maybe we can just do a quick round of introduction to the people who are participating. We see a lot
Yes,
of new people here. If you don't
sure.
mind, you can just turn on your camera and say just your name and the organization, and what does prioritizing well-being means to you. And the way we will do it is I'll pick somebody, and then after you introduce yourself, you can tag somebody else to speak. So let me start with our long-time partner Raju ji from Jeevan Tirth.
Hello, thank you. We are very happy that we are associated with Mana Wellness. We have a very good team of young people, around 70 to 80, working in the field of education, environment, and rural development. And we congratulate and we acknowledge your contribution for mental well-being of our team. So thank you very much. Dipti is also here with me. And we look forward for a long partnership.
Thank you, Raju. So may I invite Captain Anuj? Or Apurva Singh? If you can speak, just turn on the camera so we know that we can call on you.
Hi, I'm very happy to be here today in this session, and I'm a psychologist myself. And yes, I think it's very important to talk about mental health, and it should be made a priority and for all, in fact. And destigmatizing mental health is also again very important because there is awareness, but there's still less awareness. People are still scared to talk about mental health in workplaces, in around in their houses or wherever with friends. So I think we can destigmatize it only when we talk more about it. So I'm so that's why I think this session is important and is useful. So happy to be here.
Thank you, Apurva. Yeah. So let's see, who else can we call? Rajesh Thatteji. I can't see cameras on, so I'm not sure. Rajni Mishra, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
Hello, good morning. Actually, I'm very excited for World Mental Health Day. I am fortunately I'm part of Mana Wellness team, and it's privilege to be here. And I'm looking forward for more acceptance. And as you said, people should celebrate this. So I'm looking forward for these things also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajni.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll stop calling people now. So if you want to speak up, please turn on your camera and say a few words. Everyone is welcome.
Thank you, Ashwin sir, for handling this in. Thank you so much. Um, I would just take the moment to announce what all three panels we have today and who all are going to speak as panelists and moderating these events. We have a great list. So, like I have already announced, our first panel is Generation in Making in partner with Colpol. And this particular panel will be moderated by Shazil Ahmed. He's AVP at Colpol. And as panelists, we have Dr. Rupa Murghai, Sahil Agarwal, Dharmatta Javale, and Richa Sharma. Next panel that we have is the grassroots perspective. we bring to you the eclectic panel in association with our partner Catalyst 2030 to discuss how can we prioritize well-being of professionals in the social impact sector. So we will be understanding on their growing challenges, on how can they as professionals be able to make change in the society in terms of well-being. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Shelly Batra, CEO of Every Infant Matters, and the panelists are Sohini Bhattacharya, Priya Agarwal, and Dr. Namrata Panda. Third panel that we have is for the businesses and the people. Employee well-being is now a part of CEO's top three agendas, according to a recent study by Gartner. So we will be hearing from leaders who have taken a step to prioritize well-being for their employees and understand how can they address the needs of their employees. This panel will be moderated by Manoj Chandran, Director Marketing Manha Wellness, and the panelists are Mr. Ramashankar Pandey, Lieutenant Colonel Ramesh Menon, and Devasmita Sinha. So we have in shortly, we will be starting off with our first panel, that is the generation in making, talking about the youth, how how impactful their well-being, taking care of their well-being will be, and making an impact in that sector. We have a few speakers. I would request the speakers and the moderator of the first panel to please switch on their cameras, come forward.
Ashish,
Yes.
may I take the attention for a moment? There is a song that I would really like to play before we break for the panels, and then maybe tell you more about it. Right. So to share screen and present this song to you and explain what it is a little after.
वो पागल है, आफत है वो बस एक दो है कहीं। वो पागल है, आफत है वो बस एक दो है कहीं। ये दुनिया उम्मीदों की है, यहाँ ऐसा वैसा कोई नहीं उनकी तरह उलझा नहीं, उनकी तरह उलझा नहीं। मैं सुलझा आदमी हूँ, मैं उनमें से नहीं 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 हूँ। बेचारी आंखों में टूटी है जिंदगी, जलती हुई सांसें उनकी है आग सी। रूह में दरारें लगी है कहीं, दूर तलक कोई सुबह है नहीं। ओ साए क्यों उन्हें हम यहाँ लाए, उनसे कहो मेरी दुनिया में नहीं आए। रूह मेरी काली नहीं, रूह मेरी काली नहीं, मैं उजली रोशनी हूँ। है ये सवाल जो मेरा भी जीना यूं होता मुहाल टूटता मैं भी घुटता मैं भी अकेला समझा जो ये मन ने कहा बन तू उनका हौसला वो पल भर के बीमार है और उनकी दवा प्यार है ये दीवार को तोड़ के हाँ उनको लगा ले गले मन के जरा पर्दे हटा मन के जरा पर्दे हटा देख अपनी आंखें खोल के वो अपने ही तो है 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 वो अपने ही तो है
May I request Manoj Chandran, Director Marketing, Mana Wellness, who would can we stop the music?
It stopped, Devasmita. There's no
Okay.
music.
So welcome, Manoj. Would you tell us a little bit about the creation of the video, the concept? Of course, it's self-explanatory and it's beautiful. I couldn't stop smiling, but would love to hear what you're thinking.
Thank you, Devasmita, and a warm good morning to everyone, and thank you for your presence at this wonderful event. So this was created about 5 years ago, and this was created after a huge amount of experience of our conversation with various stakeholders in mental health care, from people, particularly those who were bystanders of the mental health care ecosystem. People, when we spoke to a lot of youngsters, people at workplaces, and one of the things that we were told by those who were experiencing mental health is that the biggest challenge they face is that if others don't understand them, others don't include them, others don't see them as part of themselves. And that whole inclusion, that whole earning for inclusion became one of the biggest hurdles. Every morning when we get up, we feel that, okay, I don't think I belong to this world. Is a big, big problem for them. And how do we tell the world that, one, it is important for us to really get this man aina part. Man aina is that empathy part. Man aina is empathy, and that word comes out very strongly there. When we wear that whole skill of empathy, when we have the man aina, we realize that, first, my own views and notions on this whole aspect of mental health, that there is the bipolar world about mental health, that there are people with mental health issues, there are people without mental health issues. That's not how we should look at it. So becoming self-conscious and then understanding to the man aina that I need to be empathetic of this whole vulnerabilities for many reasons, including the fact that I belong to them, and sometimes even I go through that problem. That is how we reached out to a band called Swaratma in Bangalore and worked with a lyricist in Bombay with a brilliant partnership, and it became viral on the internet during the World Mental Health Day in 2017 when we launched it.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I can't, it's a video that's going to stay with me for a while. The song, the lyrics, and the images, all of it. Thank you for sharing that. Before we move to the next panel, I would like to invite our partners for the panel. We have Team Colpol here who have joined us to tell us a little bit about what Colpol does. And then we will move to the panel for which they are partnering with Mana Wellness.
I would like to invite Shazil to please switch on your camera and share a few words about what Colpol does. Welcome, Shazil.
Guys, I hope you guys can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, a very important discussion. I think a topic which is not often spoken about. So I would like to introduce Colpol. Colpol as to what it does. Colpol is an artificial intelligence powered operating system for educational institution. It helps in campus automation, digital learning, and also generation of intelligence in form of analysis. So it is specifically designed to address the rising complexity, the competition, and the digital compliance of higher education institution. And also Colpol integrates very well with other technologies and other solutions to bring data at the fingertips of administrators. And also, to help educational institutions become compliant with the new education policy, which is very dynamic in nature. It's very important that you have a platform which supports this. In fact, most of the news reports which come out as to, in terms of compliance of new education policy, Colpol is always spoken on top as to how quickly it has pivoted and helped educational institutions in adopting technology and adopting the new education policy. So that is in brief what Colpol does. I think we have a session after this where we'll be discussing with the education leaders on specific use cases in educational institutions, how Colpol can help, and how they are doing it. So I think I would take this brief moment and pass the mic back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shazil, for short, sweet, and a brief introduction about what Colpol does. And I invite all the speakers for the next panel, that is Generation in Making, to please switch on their cameras. We have Dhamaratna Javale, Richa Sharma with us here. Please switch on your cameras. Welcome, Richa.
Good afternoon, Shivani. Yeah.
We have Sakshi Varmani with us. I invite Sakshi Varmani, Shazil, Richa Sharma for the panel discussion of the generation in making.
Richa, Shazil, welcome. Thank you for being here. Some of our other panelists are joining in. While we wait for them, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your work, Richa, as well as Shazil? I know you've spoken about Colpol, but we would also love to get to know you a little bit. And I'm sure by then the panelists will join and we can begin.
After Richa, welcome. I think if you could start, then I'll add my small intro then.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First of all, wishing everyone greetings for the World Mental Health Day, and more and more talks around mental health has been happening since the pandemic. So congratulations to all of us who are working in this area. My name is Richa. I'm a counseling psychologist at Mana Wellness, which does awesome work in the field of mental health. Apart from that, I've been working as a school counselor for several years. I worked in Indian International School in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where I got to work with children from different nationalities and diverse cultures, and understanding what kind of issues and problems those children face. And I've also taught psychology at UG level. Apart from this, I'm a musician, which is my most it's my passion and my hobby, and it's also part of my career, and I love doing that. I try to put in messages related to emotional wellness, mental health, and motivation in the music that we create, and a lot of other themes that we do. So this is all about me, and more as we talk and discuss about these aspects ahead. To you, Shazil.
Just a
Thank you,
moment,
Richa.
Sajal. Just give me a moment. Thank you,
Sure, sure,
Richa.
sure.
We have Sakshi, Dr. Sakshi Varmani with us. Welcome, Dr. Sakshi. We are just discussing about the kind of work you do and a few lines about your introduction. So we have Shazil speaking next after Richa, and please go ahead after Sajal.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind if Dr. Sakshi goes before me, because I have very ठीक है. So this is, I think, as everybody knows, this is Shazil Ahmed. So I'm serving as AVP of Customer Success, and I head the relationships for Colpol across the country. So prior to this, I was a youngest full-time registrar of a university in the country, in India. So I completed a full term as a registrar, and also I served as a registrar evaluation, a senior director, and a chief technology officer during my tenure at the university. And also prior to that, I was a chief implementation architect and functional consultant to the project Jnana Sangama by Government of Karnataka, which helped in digitizing institutions, government institutions across the state of Karnataka in collaboration with your national informatics. So prior to that, I served for about 12 years as vice president in interaction, and also 5 years in Dell and Lenovo. So I carry a small experience over here from education as well as technology space. So thank you. That's about me. Over to Dr. Sakshi.
Thank you. Am I audible? Hello. Okay. Myself, Dr. Sakshi Varmani, and presently I'm working as an assistant professor in School of Education, Rishihood University. Prior to this, I served as a Department of Teacher Education from the last 14 years as a B.Ed coordinator, as well as from the last 4 years, I headed that department as a head of that organization. And I have pursued my PhD on the topic Bhagavad Gita, wherein I have, find out the components of emotional intelligence in the verses of Bhagavad Gita, and how that verses help in the, to find out the emotional stability of youngsters, and how it is relevant for the teacher education program. So I'm certified life skill trainer also from Singapore University, and did many certification courses from MOOC on spiritual intelligence as well as in Gita. This is all about me. Thank you.
Thank you to each one of you. I have immense respect. There's so much great work all of you are doing. Since we have all the speakers lined up with us, we have the first panel discussion to begin. Over to you, Shazil, and looking forward to.
Take a moment here, Kashish.
Yes.
It's very unfortunate that Dr. Rupa Murghai, who was supposed to join us today, will not be able to, and she just let us know. But our very own Director Marketing, Manoj Chandran, has very generously agreed to be part of this panel. So we will have Manoj join us as well. And another panelist who also informed us is running a little late. Dhammaratna Jawali. He will be here shortly. So Shazil, that is your panel. Last minute changes here. Thank you so much, Manoj, for joining. You all know by now he is the Director Marketing and Mana, but that doesn't quite describe what Manoj does. He comes with a deep pool of experience and knowledge in marketing, and I will now keep mum and let Manoj introduce himself. And then, Shazil, you can begin, hoping that Mr. Jawali is able to join us at the earliest.
Thank you, Devasmita. So quick introduction of mine. It's been 9 years since I've been in the space of mental health, and I'm not a mental health care professional. I am also the founding CEO of an organization called White Swan Foundation. It's an NGO which works in the space of empowering people with the right knowledge on mental health so that they make right decisions. Because one of my earliest research in mental health care told me that the most fundamental issue in mental health care is our inability to make right decisions. When I say our, every stakeholders in the community. So we then went with a mission that if we can create the right knowledge and make that accessible to people, then it just significantly improves their capability to make right decisions. And then it brings a lot more people to the fold of seeking resources and also cutting down the time to reach out and seek help. It's wonderful to see the huge transition that mental health care space in India has seen. Today, October 10th, we have every newspaper and website talk about it. When we started 9 years ago, we were yearning for that, and it's such a wonderful fact today that a lot more awareness has happened, a lot more acceptance has happened, a lot more participation is happening. So with that, wonderful to be part of this panel. Shazil, Richa, and Dr. Sakshi, it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Wonderful. I would like to welcome everybody for this panel discussion. See, today we are actually going to talk about the topic.
Shazil, I would again, sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry.
Who's this? Because I can't see you on the screen.
Okay, this is
Devasmita.
Kashish. This is Kashish. We have
Kashish, please.
Dr. Ashok with us for the
Wonderful.
same panel discussion from Chanakya University. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would request you to say a few lines about the work that you do and a little about yourself as well. And Shazil will begin with the panel discussion thereafter.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity, that too on a World Mental Health Day, to discuss on the well-being of the young adults is a factor. Okay. So I am professor of psychology. Right now I am a dean for the School of Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences. I had about 3.5 decades of teaching and research experience in Bangalore University. I was heading the Department of Psychology at Bangalore University. I have around 16 PhD candidates who have done under various studies, and 2-3 are from internet addiction and gaming among young adults and how to deal with them. And my area of specialization started with OB, HR, then moved into Indian psychology, and then in terms of education and how education and Indian thoughts are more relevant to the current society. So few research projects is on those lines. And I'm also involved in psychometric test development and how assessment of individuals can be done for the well-being of individuals. I think this is a short introduction about myself. I think that would be more sufficient. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ashok. I hope everybody can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
Dr. Ashok, really, almost we have a very, very good panel with diversified experience over here. You joining adds to the, the icing on the cake. In fact, I was trying to chase for you for quite some time, but we are very glad that you have joined us. And you bring in that specific, experience of teaching, as well as having understand that what is the background which is running. So quickly, what I will do is I'll quickly set a context about what is the discussion today and how we are going to go about it. So today the discussion would be, initially what we'll do is the first 2 to 3 minutes will be given to each of the participants, okay, where you can speak about your thoughts on this, the whole idea of mental wellness. And then we have a couple of questions which have been shared. I mean, we have received from various stakeholders, which we'll look into. We'll try to see how we can address that. So at the end of the day, the goal would be whatever we speak over here, whatever is being discussed, can help educational institutions, can help other, employers, and also can help Gen Z. Right. And why this topic is important, let me just quickly say. So the Mental Health Day, it is celebrated on 10th of October every year. Right. So, I mean, this is to raise awareness of mental health issues around the world. And it's an idea is to mobilize efforts, right, to in support of mental health. And the theme for this year is make mental health and well-being for all a global priority. And also this falls under the goal 3 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, right? What they have set for 2030, where they said that we want to ensure healthy lives, and also they use the word promote well-being for all at all stages, right? So this is not something which was very often spoken about. I think we have good players who are coming into this space, who are trying to offer services as well as, in form of social service, in form of actually, helping people become more mentally reliable, such as Mana Wellness. We happen to be partners with Kolpol, and Kolpol happens to be partners with most of the universities across the country. And in fact, we are technology partners to Chanakya University as well, right? And also, I'll just set quick, want to share how it is important from the policy perspective also, right, for the educational institutions. See, the UGC, the university grants. Sorry. Right. So, see, the UGC, the University Grants Commission, right? So, which defines guidelines for higher education institutions across the country. See, in May 2022, they came up. I mean, this is something which is happening, I think, more often after COVID. They came up with guidelines saying that every higher education institution should have student services centers responsible for dealing and managing with the problems related to stress and emotional adjustment, right? And they are talking about having standardized, systematic arrangement within relevant provisions of ordinances to provide requisite support to students, and also specifically from rural backgrounds, female students from divergent cultural backgrounds, and students with special needs. So this is what they are targeting at. I mean, this is from a policy perspective. We will speak more as we get into the session. So without wasting much of time, what I would do is I would like to make the panel open. So I would request Dr. Ashok to give his opening remarks on this particular theme and the topic, and how they have been addressing at a new age university, Chanakya.
Right. So thank you for the opportunity. Now, probably when we talk in terms of mental health and well-being, the two things are different. Now, you can't say that mental health is one aspect and psychological well-being or a well-being of an individual is entirely a different component. So thanks to 2-3 things that is happening in the 21st century. We talked in terms of technological revolution, and we talk in terms of IT revolution on the one side. And then we also have a revolution in biotechnology. As a result of which, what is happening is that the life is becoming, or the work is becoming more and more simpler. And we have not changed our food habits. So 3 times a day still goes on, and much more richer and nutritious food are available. So as a result of which, all our Madhya Pradesh is increasing. And so as a result of it, what is happening is that there is no time at all to consider about what is happening to our life and our personal life is concerned. 24/7 is a most common component. Whether you like it or not, that has entered all other sectors also, thanks to pandemic. So educational institutions are also forced to move into hybrid model or online moding and etc. And then dual career couples are coming up, and then young adults are facing tremendous amount of stress and strain, and then they really don't know how to deal with this sort of a situation is concerned. So so from this perspective, there is a need for promoting, or need for thinking in terms of what best has to be done to deal with the young adults. So when we talk in terms of young adults, we can look at two different sectors or two different divisions, we can say. Young adults, those who have just entered into their professional life, is one sector, and young adults who have just crossed their pubertal stage, adolescent stage, and entering into higher education component is concerned. So when we look at these two groups, if we can concentrate on the young adults at a higher education level is concerned, now no matter what level of education and whether you like it or not has become a business. And ultimately, when a few decades ago, a person with a distinction was able to feel confident that I get a seat at a higher education level or at a good vocation or in a good organization. Now, even with the 99%, it is very difficult to say. So as a result of it, what is happening is that the academic stress is a most important component. Okay, and unfortunately, in our society, what we have is education, employment, and vocation are whether it is not right, but it all are linked with one another. So that's one side of it. The preparation of the youngsters to the vocation. One of the common problem, as employers say, that their records say that they have a distinction, but they are not employable at all. Okay, this is one side of it. And even at the end semester, if you ask an engineering or a student, they say that I don't know what I am. This is where the goal direction, what the individual is learning. So the entire learning pedagogy has to change. And thanks to the technology, everybody is a proud owner of the textbook, if not the original, the Xerox copies of it or e-copies of it. So as a result of it, what will happen? Learning doesn't take place at all. So when we say learning has two dimensions. One is acquisition of knowledge and another is modification of behavior. Acquisition of knowledge, you can download and sleep over it. So I can open only on the day when the examination timetable is announced. Okay, so that's not happening. And no learning has able to modify the behavior of an individual. If I am becoming an engineer, whether I can get those skills to become an engineer is an important factor. Ask him, say, for example, this is quite common. We find an engineer and an ITI ITI diploma holder in an actual workplace. If a small change in the sound, ITI diploma holder will be able to say, this is what the problem is. Whereas an engineer says, no, I have to go back and see the textbook and what the information says. So when this sort of a skill is not there at all, and that's where the learning itself would be affected. So when you talk in terms of young adults, pedagogy of learning may have to change. And probably what we are doing in Chanakya University is that we are trying to provide the holistic development of the individual. Learning, it should be a holistic development of an individual is concerned. What do you mean by the holistic? Academics is one part. Non-academics, co-curricular is also an equally important component. Personality development play an important role. This is a stage where lots of emotional stresses and strains, uncertainty is an important is a common factor which we find nowadays. Thanks to social media, addiction to the social media is another problem. And then the traditional society, traditional institutions like family itself is becoming disintegrated, and the type of support which a young adult requires is not obtained at all. The individual may say that I have 1,000 followers on my social media, but when I have a real emotional problem, I don't have anybody to share. Okay, even I can't share with my parents also, and I don't have anybody to share. Okay, so this is the problem which we have. So this sort of orientation has to be given, the training has to be given. Young adults are at a very high risk in this particular component is there. So the machine, the social media takes over the individual, and you become a slave, you become a dependent on that particular. If every 5 minutes, if something doesn't pop up, you feel what has happened to me. Okay, I mean, this need to be changed, and there's a lot of demand for psychological services, and then the individuals have to go out and try to reach the community for the welfare is concerned. I think this is what the random thoughts I thought after going through the questions or that we have thought.
Nice, Dr. Ashok. Thank you very much. Those were not really opening remarks. Those were bite-sized lessons, actually, if I have to break it. See,
Yeah.
because I mean, you also spoke about, you spoke about the employability issues, you spoke about knowledge versus behavior, and also, you spoke about social media addiction, which I'll ask Richa a lot about, and Manoj as we go on in the session. Right. And also, I mean, it's very nice to know, I mean, you're working on the holistic development. I mean, this is what the first fundamental of the National Education Policy 2020 was:
Sure.
recognizing, identifying, and fostering unique capabilities of each student by sensitizing teachers as well as parents to promote
Yeah.
students' holistic development. And this is not just academic, in both academic and non-academic spheres. So this is what it talks about. Now, thank you very much, sir. Now, I think without wasting much of time, I would like to welcome our Dr. Sakshi Varmani from Rishihood University. That's also a new age university trying to do things in a very different manner. Ma'am, how are you? What is your opening remarks on this topic, and how you have been dealing with this topic at Rishihood University?
Okay, thank you, sir. Basically, before giving my views on this topic, I just start with the words of Aristotle, which is a very well-known Western philosopher. He said that sound mind always resides in a sound body. That means if we are physically mentally fit, our physical growth is always there, and if we are physically fit, we are mentally developed also. So. Before discussing about what we are doing in Rishihood, I just want to give my views on this topic, that mental health or well-being, it is very important for the, as sir has said, for the holistic development of a child, because holistic development means the all-round development. And for that development, we as teacher educators, we as professionals, we as parents must provide the conducive environment to the child. That is very much important, because mental health or well-being is not only for the youngsters, it starts from childhood and continues till our life. So for this, NEP 2020 also remarks about or give the recommendation on the holistic development, as well as it also talks about the experiential learning, because it also somehow helps in the mental development of a child. Because when you experience, when you learn things with your own experience, then only you have a better understanding of that. And also, our Vedas, our Indian philosophy, as well as some of the Western philosophies, they talk about the aim of education as the self-realization, and that self-realization is very important for the holistic development of a child. And in Rishihood University, we have our counseling cell for each and every student from any department. It is also for the students as well as for the faculty members, whosoever has any issues in their life, whether psychological, social, emotional, or mental. We have counselors there to give them counseling. So my viewpoint on this topic is that mental health or well-being plays a very important role in the emotional development of a child, in the social development of a child, because we as human beings are consider ourselves as social animals as well as emotional animals too, because we are emotional human beings. We have to sensitize ourselves, and these feelings, these values, we as teachers, we as professionals, we as policy frameworkers and the stakeholders must inculcate among our youngsters, so that they become a civilized human being. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful, Dr. Sakshi, and it is really, really nice to know what you're doing at Rishihood University, right? So it's very important to have a counselor. I mean, it is very important to actually have somebody whom you can talk to apart from your family members. And many of time we have seen that students, right? I mean, when I was, serving as a registrar, many of the students used to break down in front of us rather than in front of the, their parents, because there is this kind of fear, as well as this out of respect, there is this kind of fear which happens. So I think it's very glad, and also it is in line with what your accreditation bodies. I mean, for example, your NAC in July, actually 2022. I mean, all these changes are coming in 2022. I'm not too sure why. Maybe because Mana Wellness has become very active, and maybe they have become partners with Colpol. So, I mean, NAC had come up with guidelines for higher education institutions. They said the higher education institutions curriculum should include a broad understanding of issues of mental and physical health and illness, and also extracurricular provision for things such as sports, yogas, and games. They said, I mean, everybody has started, from policies, from all the, circulars which we are getting from the government. All of these are talking about our, what do you say, in the mental health. And I'm very glad that you are in line with this. I'm sure you will get a good points in NAC. So that was on a lighter note. So I will now come to our next panelist. So let us go to Richa Sharma. So Richa, before I ask
Fazil,
for your opening remark.
just interrupting you for a second, our last panelist, Mr. Dhammaratna Jawale, has joined us. And yes, may I request you to please introduce yourself? I think that's what all the speakers have done before you, just given a small introduction. Over to you, Shazil. Just wanted to make that announcement.
We'll do this. Welcome, Dharmaratna ji. We have been eagerly waiting for you. So what we'll do is we would ask you to also, I will introduce him very briefly. So Dr. Dharmaratna Jawale ji, he is Youth Lead Ambassador for USA ID and Making Sense International. So, sir, you please talk a little bit about yourself and then also give your opening remarks on this topic of, the topic which we are talking about today. So, how you can prioritize well-being for young adult professionals. So, over to you.
All right. Thanks a lot, Shazil, and thanks a lot, Paul and Mana Wellness for having me here. And brief about me. I'm basically a media researcher. I'm an academician, and I'm also, working on some international development projects. So most of my, schedule is, packed with dealing youths, not just, from India, but from around the world. I'm representing UNESCO GAPMIL, that is Global Alliance for Partnerships on Media and Information Literacy. I'm one of the youth ambassador and representing Asia Pacific. Last year, I also worked on a global project named as Youth as Researchers. This was by UNESCO in partnership with National University of Ireland, Galway, and Pennsylvania State University. So, for more than a year, we studied on impacts of COVID-19 among, on youths and how they tackled it and how to come up with some policy guidelines so as to, deal any of the pandemic. So yeah, that's about, brief introduction about me. About mental health, well, I'm not, expert in this domain. I must, clarify this at first. But, having dealt with, so many youths, from international, intercultural, multilateral backgrounds, I think what I'm doing, I'm dealing with so many projects, my professional engagements. I'm also, teaching to master students, bachelor students. So, and because my engagement with UNESCO is about media and information literacy, we are targeting youths and children because today's youths are going to be the adults in 2013, which is our, year of SDG. So that's why not just India, but most of the developed countries are now focusing on youths. And being a youth practitioner, being an academician, media researcher, I think my focus would be more on handling digital media because, unlike our physical health is important for our well-being, our, achievements and our wellness. The importance of being digitally healthy is also significantly important in these days. So that's what I'm mostly working upon. And my doctoral topic is also on digital exclusion. I'm especially studying rural Maharashtra. So yeah, that's a short opening remarks from my side. Thanks a lot.
That was very, very nice and wonderful. See, we are all talking about emotional well-being. We are talking about in a physical space. We are talking about someone to talk to. And there is a lot which goes missing, yeah, right? That happens on social media. There is a lot which happens. To be honest, that one wrong tweet can put a person, behind bars and all that. This is very important. So Richa, please make a note. I'm going to come to you the reason being is I have leading questions along with your opening remark. So I would go to Manoj Chandranji now. So Manoj Chandranji, I mean, I want you to present your opening remarks on how do you see, right? I mean, we saw the video, we would love to see that again and again. So I think you are on mute.
Thank you, Sajid.
I request you to quickly talk about what is your opinion of, how do you think, what do you say, you can prioritize well-being for young adult professionals? So how have you managed it yourself and in your organization?
Sure, Sajid. So, Sajid, I think I will touch upon this topic from the perspective of my experience of interacting with the youth. One of the first communities we worked with way back in 2014 was college students and on mental health care. And we also happened to be working at that time with psychology students, particularly, because we wanted to understand what is their perspective with which they were learning psychology. And that gave us a lot of insights into what needs to be done. One of the first learning we had was and as a rank outsider in mental health care, what struck me was this whole number that 85 to 90% of those with mental health issues will never ever receive professional care. And of the 15 to 10% who would receive professional care, they do so after a prolonged delay. But that is like unaccepted. And I used to wonder, why is that accepted in mental health care? And how do we therefore make sure that we address this problem? And then the second thing that hit us was that the solution, what is being narrated at that time was that we have far little number of mental health professionals, and we must certainly ramp up that number, and service infrastructure must be improved. But then again, the next thing that struck us was that of those privileged people, Shazit, who had access to mental health professionals, even there in that community, the number of or percentage of people who would access was not very high, which really told us that if you put 100 psychologists or psychiatrists in a street, does not necessarily mean that people will immediately reach out. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done in the non-clinical space also. Then we said, I think the first communication we must make to communities is everyone is a stakeholder. And particularly the fact that the bystander in a mental health care space is the most powerful stakeholder, because they have a view and they have an attitude towards those with mental health issues. And that attitude is known to the person who has a mental health issue. And if that is not inclusive and supportive, then the person with mental health issue will make decisions which are counterproductive. And how are we therefore making sure that everyone is included in this whole discussion and discourse around mental health care in a classroom, for instance? Everyone understands their role. And we did a lot of interaction and getting people and children, youth particularly, to understand that they are a stakeholder because they have a view. That view is known to everyone, and they must therefore play a very positive, constructive role. The second was that in that whole journey, what we're trying to seek is a mindset shift. Essentially, again, as I pointed out earlier, was that we are making people become self-aware of their current dispensation, current understanding, current notions, and course correct that. And with due respect to everyone in this society, we experienced that youth were very ready to accept a mindset shift in that. They said, well, that's very interesting. You're telling me a whole new paradigm about mental health care, and I need to really look at this whole space in a very different way. I have a role to play. Tell me what I can do. There lies this whole promising angle aspect of mental health care, I would say, Shazit. Thank
you. That's wonderful. I mean, you spoke one point which I really caught. I mean, was making people self-aware, right? That solves half of the problems. See, most of the time we are not even aware that we are having mental health problem, and even sometimes someone says I'm stressed, we say, I mean, why are you joking? You're always laughing and you're playing around. Not necessary that person is laughing, or not necessary because the person is active that they are not having mental issue. But in case if they are self-aware and if they receive right guidance, I think that was a wonderful point. I mean, so far we have had a wonderful discussion. Now I think we want to bring in a mental wellness expert I've been waiting for. So, Richa, along with your opening remarks, so I want you to address a couple of points which were raised by some of our, our panelists. So, one was Dr. Ashok spoke about the social media addiction part. Okay, this is, and then also, what do you say? Dr. Dharmaratne talked about a digital well-being, right? I think so. I mean, it goes along with the tagline of Mana Wellness. So, on a lighter note. So, if you can address these 2 points, and then we can go into questions along with your opening remarks. So over to you, Richa.
Okay, so you first want me to address these 2 questions and then have
First,
my
you please speak about,
my
could you
perspective on
please speak about how you can prioritize well-being for young adult professionals? And then I want you to also continue and extend this, and then we can go into the questions.
Okay, thank you, Shazil, and good afternoon, worthy honorable members on the panel. Really happy to hear from all of you. First of all, we need to understand that young adulthood is a period of transition. As school students, children were kept in another kind of shelter and protection, and they had certain expectations. And as you become a young adult, you're out on the world on your own with no real interface of the world. You didn't have experience. You had a degree or you had marks, and you believed that your report card, if you're standing first in your class, you are awesome. You'll ace all the other areas of your life. Your friends are going to like you always. You'll have a solid, super relationship. You will be celebrated at work, but come to reality check, it doesn't happen that way, which means our academic scores are not the only indicator of well-being for our future, which shows a huge gap in the way we have designed our learning so far. And of course, congratulations to National Education Policy and CBSE and the Ministry of Education for realizing the importance of life skills and mental health and emotional wellness among youth nowadays, starting from an early age. Which also brings me to, emotional well-being for students cannot be just emotional well-being for students alone. It has to be an ecosystem of emotional well-being for faculty members. When faculty members are not paid well, they don't feel good from inside, and they just merely have a transactional kind of a relationship with their students. They don't give the best of themselves because they are not the best in themselves. So it's a whole ecosystem. The management, the stakeholders, the parents, everybody has to realize how important it is for each one of them to fill their cups, to be emotionally very sound, so that you can empower the upcoming generation. I think it's the greatest responsibility for us as human beings. As we age, we need to be very sensible, very responsible, learn from the mistakes of our previous generations and our own generations, and empower children in a way that enables them to be their best versions. This is one point, that they are individuating, they are transitioning, they are no longer just children of Mr. and Mrs. or their parents. They are developing their own identity, and their identity is influenced by so many other things. Am I liked by my peers? How do I look? What's the color of my skin? Am I really fat? Who is deciding that this particular weight on the weighing scale is an apt indicator? Okay, and there are there are so many billions of people, and everybody cannot be having a same weight or the same skin color or the same height or physical features, right? So we need to be very sensitive and empathetic to acknowledge that each one of us is unique. And this is how the world becomes beautiful, not by putting everyone on the same mold or a template. Right. There are lots of other areas that young adults face, choice of friendships, which can either make you or break you. They can get you into addictions of smoking or drinking or drugs, and something that not many people talk about, pornography, which can totally ruin adults' life and their expectations of potential future partners, both for men and women. And also social media and internet addiction that we are going to talk about. Also relationships. For young adults, their idea of having a healthy relationship is either Bollywood or web series, or some kind of media that they've seen, okay, which is fake, right? They're just portraying a character on the screen. Look at their own personal lives. Everybody has to struggle creating a conscious relationship in their lives, or their parents or their family members. So we do not give as much importance to parenting, raising children properly, creating conscious and wholesome and holistic relationships in our college. I would suggest, when we are talking about internship and preparing our children who are passing out from college to take on how to handle an interview, I think it's more important how to create a decent conscious relationship, how not to hurt another people, what to do when you are hurt by another person, how to be a better parent for your child if you have a child in your life, right? How to be a better human being. I think the internship department needs to put this aspect also at an equal pedestal, right? So these are my opening remarks for mental health and well-being for youth. And now coming to your question on Dr. Ashok sir raised some really very interesting and valid perspectives, and sir talked about social media addiction. And I have worked with children from different age groups, right from standard 5th or 6th, they start getting into all kinds of social media, Facebook, Instagram, and many of us might be aware of what the Molly's incident with Instagram and the suicide case and a lot of those aspects. I would like to say that when a younger child, a tween, is exploring internet, it is out of curiosity. And the more a parent restricts the tween or a 12 or 13-year-old child, the more curious you are. I want to know, Arey, mujhe kyun mana kar rahe? What is there that I'm not able to? Okay, so that curiosity, if handled by the parent in a very healthy manner. Okay, beta, you want to watch this? You want to listen to Korean pop songs? You want to hear BTS? Come, let's sit together. I will watch this with you. When parents sit with the children and create a very healthy social media interface, when they sit with them and tell, you have 24 hours in a day, you can't be watching social media all day long. You tell me, I can allow 30 minutes of healthy screen time. I can choose to sit with you, or if you don't want, I trust you. You can sit on your own with your tablet. But these are the things that I expect you to watch, and watching anything outside of this is harmful for you. Okay, this can be one aspect. Another thing, interesting thing to understand is, as adolescents grow up, social media gives you exactly the same high as a drug does. All of you will agree to me. That dopamine rush when you post your photo on the internet, and when you start getting likes and thumbs ups and all. And Manoj sir had such an amazing video on what people's likes or thumbs down can do, what trolling does to our own self-worth and self-esteem. Here I'd like to say something really bold, and that is the leadership at Metaverse or whatever, the people out there creating these kind of products for children cannot just sit there and not take any accountability for what is happening in their ecosystem. Okay, if a child has committed suicide watching a content on Instagram or on WhatsApp, I mean, the leadership out there, if you're creating a product and if you're existing in this world and you're making business or money out of your product, you also have a great, strong responsibility of what your product can do. What are the kind of damages that your product can do? Profit is not just about, trashing or belittling youngsters, I would say, at least. They are a very delicate age. And the other part on digital well-being is, of course, it's inevitable. All of us have digital media, and we are not monks going there in the caves of Himalayas, but timing, I would say, down timing. I think all our mobile phones, iPhone, all our phones allow us to use downtime. So keep time on your block when you are not using your phone. Keep downtimes in a week. Have a 1 day week on a downtime. Have a 1 day or a weekend downtime in a month, and follow feed, which is very healthy. Right. Follow leaders like you, Shazil, like Manoj. I'd like to follow all you people so that healthy feed comes on my social media sites. Right. Yeah. Thank you for listening to me.
Wow. Wonderful. We are all counseled, Richa. I think it was more of a what do you say? I was getting hypnotized in what you're talking about. See, I mean, you spoke very nicely about, the young adulthood, the period of transition, right? In fact, Dr. Ashok would agree with me on how we are with respect to the pedagogical changes which are coming in education system, and also Dr. Sakshi would also agree that we are also in the phase of transition, and this is not one word which is very commonly used after 2020. I would like to repeat that again. Every conference is not complete without this word, is the paradigm shift, right? It is not just moving from one place to another. It is entire transformation from one product into another, right? So we are going from floppy disk into, your USB pen drives. So that is the kind of pedagogical change the new education policy talks about. So I mean, let us talk about something which has transpired recently. Okay, I mean the COVID pandemic, and also there was a question which I saw about VUCA world, where a world of uncertainties, and where in a world there is so much of volatility. So UNICEF did a survey. I mean, this was a survey done across 21 countries, right? Only 41% of young people in India said that it is good to seek support for mental health problems. Whereas other 20 countries, they said 83% of students said, yes, it is very nice to seek mental health, support for mental health problems. So why is this gap, which is there, which is prevalent in our in our society? See, for example, this was a survey which was done during pandemic. I would like to throw this question open to Dr. Ashok Saab. Dr. Saab, if you can talk about this as to why is there a gap when we compare with other countries where people are open to seeking, support for their mental health, whereas over here we have, less than half who think that it is not right. So you're on mute.
Okay, right. So a relevant question, and all of us also question about our own self with regard to what is this. So when we look at the cultural background of our society is concerned, just before our generation or the next generation, okay, so we had a very close sort of a cultural values and ethics is there. Parenting was considered as one of the important life goals of the family was concerned, and as a result of it, the whatever the emotional or personal views and opinions, they need to share with the parents, and if not the parents, the grandparents used to be there. So a sort of a buffering effect of for the emotional stresses and strain used to take place in the families. This was one. Then from urbanization and westernization has brought in another important component. So as a result of it, what is happening? The disconnect between the younger generation with the parents and with the grandparents either because of education or because of vocation has resulted in the gap between the individuals, parents and the youngsters are concerned. This is another important factor. But when you look at the psyche, the early developmental stages of these youngsters are concerned, okay, unlike in the West, right from the third year, right from the fourth year of the child, the independence and autonomy is the key factor there. Here, even after marriage also, right, the daughter is more comfortable in sharing with the mother rather than any other individual is concerned. So independence, autonomy is not an important component here. Emotional bondage was an important factor. But when a youngster comes to the city, comes to the urban, okay, he or she enters into entirely a new perspective of life. Okay, the trust itself is a major factor. So as a result of it, what will happen? Individuals will not share. On the other, a couple of years ago, I had been to a particular women's college, and then the principal, while I was giving a lecture, the principal came and told me, just please tell our students to have breakfast on the day of examination and come. Okay, as it is, the examination stress and strain would be there, and without the breakfast, if they come, the breakdown they will end, etc. And if a psychologist says, probably the acceptance rate would be more, though my topic was nothing to do with that. Anyway, that's a different factor. So this is one factor. Earlier component, there is nobody to look forward to, and then the stigma is still there that going to a professional help, especially for a psychological issues, people are not comfortable. Students are not. Fortunately, in the urban metropolitan, it is increasing, and probably some of the institutions also are helping in this particular process. So where the council, this is another interesting factor. Though the counseling center is there, it will be in one corner, the topmost, the floor, and one corner it will be there, so that confidentiality is maintained, and etc., etc. So how far that is effective is another important, another factor. But the reason is the difference in the culture. Okay, so that culture, somewhere quite often when we find this, we are in you are repeatedly telling about generation component is concerned. Two things which we often find in our families now is that the parents quite often say that we can't understand this generation. There is a generation gap. The youngsters try to say, don't resort to emotional blackmailing. So these are the two important factors that are resulting in the conflict. So when they can't share with their parents and when they don't have anybody else, right, this is the reason why there is a gap between the two. Fortunately, this is increasing because of, again, when you look at the stresses and strains, there are certain coping mechanisms automatically the individual will be using. These coping mechanisms will have a short-term effect. When once you use it for a longer time, they feel that it is not it is inadequate, and they are forced to go for a professional help extension. And this is what I feel, that particular. And probably West is coming to the East for the solutions, and that is where, since in our blood itself that particular component is there, it is right time to indoctrinate those components among the younger generation and the younger parents also, so that the well-being of the younger generation can be brought in. And India can be a global leader to handle some of these, let us say, the well-being and the welfare of the younger generations.
So wonderful. Thank you very much. I think, yeah, cultural change differences, but I mean, our culture is always better. I mean, that is what we have always, spoken about. In fact, I was reading UGC's Diksharam recently. I mean, it's an induction program for new students. They talk about SAGE actually. SAGE is Rishi, Dr. Sakshi. So SAGE is socializing, associating, governing, and experiencing. I mean, these are the factors they are trying to bring in terms of, while they're inducting students. Dr. Sakshi, I would like to ask you, right? See, for example, I just want to take from what UGC had recently spoken about. They said that the role of parents, families, and communities in listening to children and supporting them to talk about mental health helps to address them early, right? And also, I mean, I spoke about the SAGE, I mean, how UGC is trying to do. What is it that you are doing at Rishihood? And how do you feel that, this cultural, I mean, see, because I mean, the reason I'm asking you this question is about, Rishihood has a culture of, taking forward the tradition as well as, the modern technology hand in hand, right? So what is your opinion on this? How do you feel that, we can bridge this gap of ensuring that everybody contributes towards that well-being of the young adults?
So in Rishihood, what we are doing is that we are on the philosophy of Swami Vivekananda ji, who said that education is it is the manifestation of man's perfection, and we in Rishihood we are inculcating education, and we want our students, when they complete their course and they go to the outer world from Rishihood, they become the sage, they become the rishis, not rishis, those who are on Himalayas, the rishis who are actually the civilized human being, who are the rishis in a sense, who are sensitized towards humanity. This is very much required in today's scenario. And the thing is that why this communication between parents and students is required, because nowadays we all know that we are living in a world which is competitive, which is running towards the materialistic aspect more, apart from the real happiness, we say. As a parent, first of all, it is our prime duty to have we can say that to make a bridge, so that in between us and our students, so that jo generation gap is there na, that is to be fulfilled. How they that generation gap is to be fulfilled? By the dialogue mode, by the communication, which is somehow lacking in our society because of working parents, because we are living in a nuclear family where both the parents don't have much time to give their child. So most of the children, they are वो जो है, हम ये कहते हैं कि मेड्स के हाथों पल रहे हैं वो बच्चे, तो वैल्यू सिस्टम कहाँ से आएगा? एंड दैट वैल्यू सिस्टम इज वेरी मच रिक्वायर्ड for becoming that sage which UGC said. And moreover, we can say that we are living in a society which is diversified in nature, and to cover up that diversification, the communication is required to cover that diversification. We should tell our youngsters, we should tell our students that you should have one role model in your life, which is your inspiration. Somehow that role models play a very important role in the life of a child. So in Rishiwood also, in our teaching learning process, we use many innovative strategies which for effective teaching learning process, which is somehow related with the life skills, because this is very important to cope up with it is very important to inculcate values like how to cope up with stress, how to cope up with the emotions. And sir has rightly said, Manoj sir, that self-awareness is very much required. Being as parent, being as again I said, being as a teacher, because it's a collaborative work. Not only the work of parents, not only the work of teachers, but it's a collaborative work in which we have to inculcate such life skills among our students, so that they self-aware about their own mental health. They know what they require. They know when they require the me time, because me time is very much required. In that meantime, they know what actually they want, pleasure or happiness. They know what is the difference between pleasure and happiness, because nowadays students mix match the meaning of pleasure and happiness altogether. They combine this, they merge this, but there is a lot of difference between pleasure and happiness. So during from these such talks, we bridge or we can say that हम उस gap को कम कर सकते हैं, which is very much which is the need of the hour, we can say. Thank you.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I think you're doing a wonderful job over there. I mean, the point about role model is so important. And I think, I mean, you covered what UGC is prescribing in the Diksharam, right? So ensuring that every student has a hand-holding mentor, right? I mean, then they choose the role model according to their preferences. So Manoj Chandranji, I know you have ocean of knowledge when it comes to mental health, but before that, let us take some input from Dharma Ratnaji, because he's a young leader over here. I would like to see here. So, I mean, I have a specific question for you, Dharma Ratnaji. See, in November 2020, AICTE, right? That's a regulating body for your technical education in the country. See, they came up with a mental rehabilitation helpline called Kiran, right? In your opinion, is this enough, or what else do you feel as a young individual can contribute towards your and your students and your associates' mental health? So, are these helplines just enough, or do you think more needs to be done? What is your opinion?
So I see it, we need to work at two levels. One is, top-down approach, and another, of course, would be the bottom-up approach. So, coming up with some policies, with some programs, maybe from government, some, top organizations, or, the schemes which are scalable, that could be, fall in the top-down approach. Of course, with the top-down approach, we can come up with policy framelines, policy guidelines, but there needs to be this insights from the bottom up approach also. So only government or organizations or these governing bodies coming up with these kind of regulations or guidelines won't be enough as far as my own opinion is concerned, because when I see as an academician, I see these rules and regulations are just, most of them are just for the paperwork, and the natural thing which are intended in these schemes are not fulfilled. So we need to talk like on different levels, like government organizations could be one. There could be agents of change, organizations which can organizations as well as people who can work as agents of change, and then the professional, the mental health professionals would be there. So I think this topic should be there not just from higher education, but it should be there from our secondary school, I guess. At least some kind of it should be there, some kind of openness needs to be there. Then only I think things would work. Only coming up with some policy from some top people or government won't be enough. I think, because people and students are living in very different ball game these days, and we are like so there is this concept in media classes which I used to always refer, which is known as here and now and there and now. So here and now, that means we are in this particular physical space, and at the same time we are also paying attention in that particular space, while there and now is our presence on digital world. So because of this duality of our existence, the kind of dilemma that is being happening in brains of young adults is getting them exhausted. And so as I think Ashok sir and Risha ma'am was also saying, I would also like to throw some light upon that. And we need to work on the very feeling of solidarity. So that could be intercultural solidarity as well as intergenerational solidarity. We are also in my one of the project with the USAID, we are now working on intergenerational solidarity. So we are losing the natural conversation, natural discussion which used to be there, from the grandparents to father to son, same from grandmother to mom, and then the daughters. So that we are losing. I would like to mention one interesting book by Terry Tulker, which that names goes as Reclaiming Conversations. So the book basically talks about the power of one-to-one talk, face-to-face talk, without any mediation of technology, that we are somehow losing. So like just now we are also having this panel discussion over the digital platform. Our brain is not made to live in this kind of screen culture, the information overload, the kind of visuals we are always getting encountered every day, and the data overload, information overload is getting us sick mentally as at one level, and we are getting isolated.
Right. Right. Your voice, I think we have. I think there is some technical challenge.
Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, you're audible. Thank you, Dharmarathanji. I think your inputs were very valuable. I think we are running short of time. I request an extension of 5 minutes to ensure that we cover a very important question which we had, which Manoj Chandranji, can we extend Debusmita
Yes.
by about 5?
Yes, please,
Okay,
Raju.
sure.
Please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So, Manoj Chandranji, my question is very direct to you. Okay, I'll not get into summarizing because I don't want to waste time. See, what needs to be done in next 1 year to prioritize the well-being of young adults?
Thank you, Sajal. I think that's a beautiful way of looking at action part. What is that action thing? And we had learned mental health professionals tell us the exact fact on the ground today. What we have learned, and if you look really dissect the problem today, Sajal, what really comes out is one of the most basic requirement of a human being is safety. Everything stems out of that. Even stigma stems out of safety, because I want a safe environment. If I feel that that person is not going to be creating a safe environment, then I'm going to be stigmatic towards that person. So that whole safety is leading us to be fearful of things. This is one fact, and this is really an irony here is that all that aspect of what we want people to not have fear of in mental health care, we are fearful of because we have been passed on this whole perspective of mental health for generations. Our youngsters, of all the points that Dr. Ashok and Richa and Dr. Sakshi was mentioning, that people were getting into, youth are getting into spaces which they feel safe, like on the social media and consuming content which we should be telling them it is not safe. So how do we therefore course correct this whole perspective of safety to the youth? That's very important. And to that, what we have to do is look at how we have dealt with the youth. What we do with the youth in the community, in the society today is skill. When we're looking at skill, we have to always look at skill in the context of the universe and work, the environment they are in. If the environment today is so content heavy, it's pushing content down their throat, then we must acknowledge, because we have to accept the fact that this content army has been put on us, which we don't have control on. With 5G, it's going to be even worse. Now, with that is a fact, then what is the change that must happen in this whole skilling area for the youth, where they are now ready to say that I know where safety lies. I know what I should fear of. I know what to do and how to create an environment. What is my role in it?
Thank you, Manojji. I mean, you spoke very nicely about changing the environment. See, we have been only talking about the benefits of 5G, right? You also spoke about what 5G could bring on the table, which we are not able to see as of now, because I mean, those are some of the areas we don't see, right? For example, when I had floppy disk, right, 16 KB of content, I was very happy that I could transfer my resume, back in the days. But today I have, TBs and TBs of space, and I'm going on adding more videos to my profile, and we never. I mean, it always never ending story. But I mean, it's good. I mean, we look at it from an environment. I mean, it's always great that we create an environment rather than rather than just focusing on development in terms of technological or advancement in terms of processes, but understanding what are the adverse effect on the ecosystem, on the habitat, is a very nice message I got from you. Thank you very much. Last but not the least, coming back to you, Richa. Richa, I mean, I got a message, private message, to mention this to you, that your comment which you spoke about weight on a scale does not define what adjective we use for a person, right? That is, nobody has the right to use an adjective basis of what a scale says of weight. Somebody messaged saying that to congratulate you for highlighting such an important thing.
Thank you,
So
Shazad.
so, and last but not the least, I just want to ask you one question, since you are into very actively into the well-being space, right? See, we have a very large generation. See, I mean, leaders from education institution. Dr. Ashok was supposed to leave. In fact, he has stayed back. I'm very happy that he is traveling and he is also part of the conversation, because he's heading for another meeting at 1:30. So there is one entire generation in education institution. Our classrooms have become this PUBG or the cup of Free Fire and other zones. Right. See, I mean, teachers try a lot in saying that, this is wrong. This is, having a bad kind of impact on you. But the dopamine shots which they get, right, that I don't know, they feel that they're getting that serotonin shots in them, or, those endorphins. I mean, what is an alternative to that? And what is a good starting point? I mean, which we can take away from this session?
That's an amazing question. And I'm so glad you asked this, Shazil. And you already answered it as well. When you said talking about PUBGs and gaming and all that addiction, and you asked what is an alternative. So the answer is, give your students a healthy alternative. And a good way to do it is to start early. I would say, when children are in grade 3, and we believe they are too young, are drawing kara lo, bas khelne do, all those things, when they are at that age, try to identify one area they are really good at, one area of their skill set. If their competence is good in that particular domain, I'm sure God has blessed every children with something. Okay, so teachers early identifying that area, parents early identifying that area, not over pressurizing children with too many things. I mean, swimming classes, cricket classes, this and that. Identifying one area and putting that child into that area. Learn from it. At class 3, you love making scrapbooks. Make scrapbook on astronomy. If you love being an astronaut, and if you're crazy about that, take in paper cuttings. So give them a healthy alternative in the form of direct their passion in a very healthy manner. Why are they gaming? Because they don't know that there's something better that they can do with their time. They are gaming for bonding with their peer mates. They are gaming for self identity. They are gaming for self worth. If they'll know that when I sing a song on the stage and everybody loves listening to it, that is a very healthy sense of self identity. My parents love it, my teachers love it, everybody commends me for that. But how many singers would you listen to in your school? There'll be a handful. Try to identify all children, something good in every child, and try to give them avenues to showcase it through exhibitions, through conferences. What we do most of the times is we have just one child in debate, in dance, in singing, in sports, in this area, and that's the all-rounder of the school, and you give them an award annually and done. What about the rest of the students? A child who's getting a 60% in class will open a startup in future, so he validate their ideas as well. So instead of PUBG, I mean, there might be healthy gaming. I'm not a fan of gaming, especially online. You want to play, you go on the stage, you go on the field and play. That will be a health benefit for you. Strengthen your options of outside or outdoor playing or indoor playing. Ludo, board games, chess, bring old school. Teachers said, when I worked in Saudi Arabia, my school principal used to play badminton with students, with the boys. I used to play badminton with the girls. When children see their role models or adults, play with them and bond with them and lose like them, and yet you don't fret out. I'm losing and I'm learning from it. Come on, we'll play again the next time. Don't make losing something like an insult for you. When they see their seniors do it and bond with them, parents, play with your children, go outdoors. Don't just give them a screen and get onto your meeting or whatever. I think when Manoj ji said, connect, Dr. Sakshi ma'am also said, everybody is talking about human connections. Replace the gaming interface with human connections. आपको खेलना है, मेरे साथ खेलो. मैं बुद्धू हूँ, मुझे सिखाओ. मेरे को खेलना है. Because PUBG and all these gamings, the blue whale and all, this can get really damaging. And talk to children about their damaging effects, not in a I am holier than thou tone. मुझे पता है इससे तुम्हारा नुकसान होगा. Nobody is going to listen to it. Sit down with the child, tell them, what do you get out of it? मुझे समझाओ. I don't know it, I believe that I think it has harming effects. Does it make you take up challenges or targets that you can slit your wrist or things like that? Does it have those kind of things? I think that's too risky, man. You should not do this. I will be so concerned if something happens to you. Give them your human side, even as a teacher. Tell them, I am concerned about you. Every young child would love to listen that there is an adult who is concerned about you. किसी को फर्क पड़ता है अगर वो बच्चा परेशान है या रो रहा है. When the child will know that validation, they will, they'll feel more responsible about what they are doing. I think that answers your question, Shazil. Yeah.
Very wonderful. I think, we'll list down after this. We'll connect with you. Try to list down. I had mentioned this to Kinney and others in a discussion. I said, I've started writing an article on this. I will collate some points from you and, everybody on the group and see how best we can try and share. But a takeaway would be that, we would need more sessions on mental wellness in educational institutions and from various stakeholders like Dharmaratna ji mentioned. It can be anybody, it can be family, it can be a friend, it can be a parent, etc. So we should organize sessions from Mana Wellness at education institutions delivered through Colpol platform, which is very robust and one of its kind. I think that is my takeaway of this particular session. And I want to thank each one of the panelists. And also there is one team which worked really hard in bringing everybody together. So it was, from Kolpol, we had Vaishali, who put in a lot of efforts. We had Kini, we had Debusmita, we also had Rupa, and many others who are, whose names are unspoken over here. But would like to thank the entire team for bringing such a wonderful panel together. I mean, and very, very important inputs. Would love to go back and watch this session again to, re-understand what has been spoken. I think it is available on social media pages of Mana Wellness, and it will be shared on Kolpol as well. And thank you very much, everybody.
Close, I think we have a question.
Acha.
Vinny, please go ahead. Vinny Khandelwal, go ahead.
Hey, Vinny.
Sorry, everybody. I'm taking last 2 minutes. I have a question. Like these days, you see that everybody is like working parents. They want to give their kids the best. And you see that most of the parents, they have one child. So they are like over pampering their kids. And like you see the kids also, they have defense mechanism. Like if you don't give them, they start crying. If you don't give them mobile phone, they start crying. And I have also heard that real schooling starts at home. So as parents, what would you suggest we should do for the kids at home so that in future, we need not work on the wellness. It starts at home.
Kya baat hai. So, guys, the question Vinny is asking about root cause, right? I mean, we spoke about the root cause during the session, but who would like to take this question? I mean, okay, Dr. Sakshi. Okay. Dr. Sakshi would like to answer the question.
Hello, Vinny. Actually, I want to take this question because I have only one kid. Okay, he's in 10th standard, and the main thing is that yes, he's so pampered by his grandparents. You all know that grandparents' love is apart from everything, and me and my husband both are working and both are in the teaching profession. So ऐसा नहीं है कि the pampered child is always using defense mechanism, but it all depends on the parenting skill. I must say that it all depends on the parenting skill, because from the very starting from his childhood, we inculcate such values in them which we want as a teacher in our students, which we want as a parent in our child, which we want as a member of society in the members of in the societal children, youngsters, because they are the future generation. So from the very beginning, we inculcated such values in our child that you have to cooperate with your peers. You must listen the word no for some things, and you must have your limitation. So this all depends on the parenting skill. It's not that you have only one child and he's so pampered and he always used defense mechanism, but yes, the awareness is very much required, because it is not only that if we are educated we know everything, if we are educated we have all the skills in ourselves. No, that is not. Education is not having attaining degrees and qualification. The true concept of education is what that makes us civilized human being, that makes us the man who has all the skills in his or herself for the upbringing of the society. So this is all depends on our ideology, that how we upbring our child in atmosphere, how we give that atmosphere to our child. Thank you.
Thank you so
Wonderful.
much, ma'am.
Sakshi ji, Vinny, I think you got the message.
Yes.
The
yes,
art
Sakshi.
of saying no is something which you have to learn.
Yes, we need
right?
to learn negotiation with the kids.
Yeah, absolutely. No negotiation, art of saying no. Okay, wonderful. Debusmita, I pass the session back to you. I think, we are on closing
Thank
over
you.
here.
Yeah. Thank you, Shadil. Somebody wants to speak?
Yeah. No. See, the
Yeah.
parenting you are talking about, the quality time, how it is defined is a major factor. Okay. So what is quality time? So try to give, normally, the expression is an important factor. So give room for expression. If not is there, that is where the art, music and dance, all these are the means through which their emotions can be brought out. Unfortunately, in our education system, everything is only technical subjects. So these are not being emphasized at all, and no playground to physical activity is not there at all. So that is where, if you can bring in these expressive component as a major component of the education, probably one way of addressing this would be a factor. Quality time is not pampering the child. Quality time would be, can you share your thoughts and accept whatever the child says is an important factor. I think with that, I think it would be one way to handle some of these issues.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I would just congratulate each one of you for sharing such wonderful ideas, such great knowledge to all the participants here learning, listening to you. Students are the world, the future of the world, and it's very crucial that they have strong minds in order to cope with the dynamic environment we live in. So good mental health helps children realize and work towards their potential. Furthermore, children who are in good mental health are better able to establish meaningful relationship with each other. So we've started this panel with this, and we have ended it with very remarkable thing that awareness is the key. So we see that there is still lack of awareness among parents, among teachers, among other professions, because of which this emotional quotient is being neglected. So all of us must contribute in learning more about mental health and the impact of it can have on the students and the children in your house and around you. Thank you so much to all the speakers of this panel. Now, next up, I invite the speakers and the moderator for our next panel. We have the grassroots perspective. We bring you an eclectic panel in association with our partner Catalyst 2030 to discuss how we can prioritize the well-being of professionals in the social impact sector. Let's understand the growing challenges of the social impact sector and how we can enable professionals to take care of themselves as they aim to bring a change in the society. So this panel will be moderated by Dr. Shelly Batra. I request the moderator and the speakers of this panel to please switch on their cameras. Dr. Shelly Batra is the CEO of Every Infant Matters. And along with her, she's going to moderate this panel. We have panelists Sohini Bhattacharya, Priya Agarwal, and Dr. Amrita Panda. I welcome you all for this panel discussion. Over to you, Dr. Shelley. Looking forward to hear you all.
Good afternoon, friends. Am I audible? Okay. So, anxiety, depression, and stress. These are matters of great moment. And this is why we are gathered here today. I'm Dr. Shelly Batra. I'm the CEO of Every Infant Matters, providing last mile health solutions to women and children. Now, I have been in the social sector space for 20 years, and I have seen firsthand the ups and downs of life. It is not a simple, straightforward path. It's a roller coaster ride, as most of you will agree. What is the straightforward path? Imagine two roads diverging. There is one road, the conventional path. You're a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer. You do your job as a professional. You get respect, you get a good salary, and you are there, you are settled. The other path is the path of uncertainty. You've left your corporate job to go digging wells in Ethiopia. You've left your private practice that was giving you a good income to provide life-saving vitamins in the mountains of Uttarakhand, in Tiri Garhwal, Pauri Garhwal, and the remotest part of the country. You've left your law practice and you are now providing rations to the flood-affected areas of Rajasthan, where there are rivers and rivers of water and houses swept away, torrential rains and landslides and everything. So these things are going to take a toll on your health. And this is why I'm here to discuss the challenges faced by the professionals in the social sector. Now, by professionals, let us decide once again, we don't just need the leaders. We are not talking of only Sohini and Dr. Amrita Pandey and the top echelons of the organization. What about the middle management? What about the frontline health workers who are facing every kind of challenge possible. So now, without further ado, let me start with the discussion. What I shall do is, I shall pose a series of questions. I shall introduce the speakers one by one, so you know of their background, their achievements, their aspirations, and how they can add value to the session. And I will request you to answer the question in about 4 minutes. So now let me start with my first question. And the first question is very simple. Do you really believe social sector professionals are at higher risk for, well, despondency and uncertainty and stress and mental issues? And if so, why? What are the challenges that they face different from other people's challenges? So let me invite Sohini Bhattacharya to answer it first. Sohini is the CEO of Breakthrough India. She has helmed the global organization through a crucial founder transition for the first 3 years, and she brings a deep knowledge of programs on gender-based violence and women's rights in the landscape. Now, she's also the founding member of Coalition of Good Schools, practitioners and influencers committed to delivering access to a safe learning environment. She has also worked with Ashoka Innovators for 10 long years. She's been a co-founder for Samhita Gender Resource Center, as the India Strategy Advisor for the Asian Venture Philanthropy Network. She's got many feathers in her cap. Sohini, you are very well equipped to answer this question. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, and thank you for everyone who is listening in. The social sector itself has gone through a huge journey in the last 2 years, in a pandemic that has changed everything. It continues to adjust almost every aspect of operation, even as I'm speaking. Apart from all the existing challenges, that plagues our sector, and you all know what all those are. What has got very important is retaining and recruiting employees in an extremely competitive market. Non-profit employees and management are exhausted, and they're looking for solutions by examining steps that can be taken to reduce turnover and vacancy rates. But that's just not that's just not the only, it's the tip of the iceberg, really, turnover, of culture of tired people, burnout. We hear this a lot. But for non-profit employees, the feelings of stress and burnout gets compounded at every little junction, at what happens at the communities, at what happens if a person suddenly leaves, at what happens at the increasing challenges in the environment. Everything kind of spirals because there's inadequate salaries and benefits. We work in precarious situations where there is a lack of health or accident insurance. There's also a struggle to align our functional competencies with the passion and the professionalism that brought us into this sector. I've been working in this sector for 30 years, and I didn't leave a high-paid job to join this sector. I joined this sector because I had a passion. I had a passion of working on women's rights and gender equality. That's why I joined. It was with a rights perspective, not a welfare thing of feeding, poor people, which is also important. So how can I match my passion and professionalism with the functional competencies needed to run organizations in a very complex situation right now? And it's just not for the social sector. What works for other sectors also works for here. Mental well-being is intersectional. At the most basic level, stress is our body's response to pressures from a situation or life event. What contributes to stress can vary largely from person to person. What happens to induce stress in a single mother can be very different from what happens to stress in somebody who's approaching 60 and doesn't know, where her life is going to take on, whether there's pension or gratuity in the life after, So stressors are situations that are experienced as a perceived threat to one's well-being in position or in life. Yeah, especially if it's dealing with something that is exceeding our ability right now. Stresses can be difficult relationship with supervisors, inadequate authority necessarily to carry out tasks, long working hours, need to be continuously available to respond to work calls or emails, burnout due to the nature of the work, working with communities, financial pressure because we do not get huge salaries. There might be existing debts that the family has, threat of loss of job due to the financial pressures being faced by an NGO, because we are always constantly under that pressure, right? The other thing that I wanted to say is that gender, age, sexuality, community, language, educational background, class, caste, and religion can also cause stress in the workplace. If there's a culture of, let's say, going out for team dinners frequently, then these will act as a stressor for women with, let's say, young children. They may have to arrange for extra hours of daycare, or they might have to handle social pressure to spend time with their children. Most conversations around workplace also tend to limit the concerns of, tends to be limited to the concerns of executives, managers, supervisors, but they're not looking at the community developer on the ground, not looking at the admin and the operational staff who's helping you. They are invisibilized. Even in our conversations, they're invisibilized. So our workplaces need to be geared to meet the unique needs of employees across all levels and types of people, and seriously and increasingly so, people within the LGBTQI community, trans people, these people have even further, marginalization within the organization, even if they're working in a social sector. Yeah, people with, marginalized backgrounds, they tend to face high levels of work-related stress. And so I'll stop at that and, let you mull over that.
So Sohini, these are very valuable insights, and I want to thank you, especially what you said about passion. Now, my passion takes me as a volunteer CEO. I'm not paid. My husband's a doctor. What about my team? They have nothing to fall back on. They have to get their wages. And if I have lost funding because of COVID, what's going to happen to the staff? So these are the day-to-day challenges that we are facing, and it can provide a lot of stress on the mind. So thank you for your insight. And I'm glad you brought out the point of finances, because, people are a little wary to talk about money for some obscure reason. I've heard people from the social sector say, oh, we don't talk of money. We believe that money doesn't matter. Now, I'm not one of those incredibly foolish women who say that money doesn't matter. Money matters. Money used wisely and effectively can really transform the world. Now, having said that, let me go on to the next speaker. Now, we have the wonderful Priya Agarwal with us. Priya is from a foundation called Antarang. She's the founder and director. Now, this organization addresses the gap very systematically between education and productive employment for high-risk youth. Now, career linkages for children from low-income backgrounds. They are at high risk for dropping out of education. They fall into the informal sector, which is often exploitative. So how do you bridge the gap? In 10 years, with strong partnerships with the government, Priya has made really a difference in the lives of 120,000 adolescents and young adults, and putting their steps firmly on secure career paths. This is a great achievement. Prior to Antarang, Priya was in advertising, in the social sector like Akanksha Foundation and Sneha. And I'm delighted to inform you that Priya is an Ashoka Fellow and an SPRE Fellow. She's also the recipient of the World Economic Forum's COVID award, so to speak. Those who were the top 50 responders were selected, and Priya was one. So over to you, Priya. What is your take on the first question?
Thank you, Dr. Batra. And I think Sohini covered a lot of it really, really succinctly. So I'm not going to go over all of that again. But just to add to that, I guess two things. In the corporate sector or in industry, profitability is like a sort of a unilateral metric for them. And all of them are sort of focused only towards that. But in our space, impact is a function of so many factors, right? It's not, you're not chasing after one particular number, one particular metric. You have to ensure that so many things are taken care of to ensure that one impact number. So in our case, for example, if we need to ensure that a young woman starts going to work, we need to make sure that it's a socially acceptable, workplace for her. It's close enough. There's public transport is available, education status, right? There are so many interconnected and interrelated factors. Often, we are accused, so to speak, of not having focus in the sector, right? And that becomes really stressful when you hear it over and over and again. And because I've jumped from the, sort of industry to here, I can almost say that it was much easier for me to up billings in my advertising space and be successful, right? But then over here, you can't be super focused on one thing by blindly assuming that everything else will automatically and magically take care of themselves. I think that adds to our stress to make sure that we're maintaining focus, not just for ourselves, for our team, but at the same time keeping all of the other factors in mind, possibly forging collaborations, right? All of that to ensure that the other factors are also taken care of, right? Now, collaborations in this space is easier said than done. Unfortunately, I think the funding ecosystem has made the space so competitive sometimes that it makes collaboration so difficult, because each one of us is somehow trying to say that, okay, this part of the work perhaps is more important than another piece of the work, and actually that's not true. It's just so intersectional, that our work, that we need to be able to collaborate really, really effectively. So I think we hold ourselves to, on the whole, to much higher standards. I would almost, venture to say, and therefore that puts a lot of stress on that, and just to sort of link to what Sohini and Dr. Batra, you spoke about finances, right? When you're not earning as much as you do, or sometimes none at all as you do in from industry, family also tends to take your profession a little bit lightly. So if there's a family crisis at home, sort of everyone turns to you to that. But aap to social service karte ho, ek din nahi gaye to kya farak padta hai? So we sort of hear a lot of that, and that puts a lot of stress as well, right? So I feel these are some of it, and added to the fact that just the ecosystem today, the growing compliances, it just makes our work seem like you're constantly swimming upstream.
Very true. My goodness, you really hit the nail on the head when you spoke of, how women are told that, why are you doing this? And you could be doing a much better job. And now in this patriarchal society, if you're a woman and the other women who have the same qualification as you, they are better paid, then people will make strange comments, and you're not going to like it. And it's going to put a lot of stress on you. So I'm glad you brought this point up. And the other thing you mentioned, very important, was focus. Now, if I'm working in malnutrition and you want to give good nutrition to children, there has to be safe water. Otherwise, waterborne diseases are going to cause loss of nutrients from the body. So this intersectional component has to be understood not only by the donors, but also by our own board of directors. Otherwise, there's a lot of pressure on you that why is there this mission drift? So these things do pose a challenge. So thank you very much. And from Priya, thank you very much, Priya. Let's go on to Dr. Amrita Panda. Now, Dr. Amrita, thank you for joining the panel. We are really looking forward to your insights, because your background as a rehabilitation psychologist makes you a very valued speaker today. Dr. Amrita Panda is the managing director of the Ranjani Foundation. And what her focus is now, her clinical practice and administrative roles are in the special needs organizations. And the organization, the Ranjani Foundation, focuses on special needs employment, vocational training, enabling them to find a meaning in life, to live meaningful, happy, fulfilled lives, which is a very big challenge. She's a PhD from the oldest department of psychology in our country. And hats off to you, your qualification, your experience is tremendous. Dr. Panda, let's hear from you now.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, all the listeners and the distinguished speakers here. It's my pleasure to be in this forum, and it's a wonderful day. I mean, I believe that There shouldn't be just a day to celebrate mental health. Every day we should celebrate it, but we need specific days to come forward, to be in the limelight and to reach out to people. So it's a wonderful initiative that has been taken up by Manha. So going directly to our first question, where what we were discussing regarding the stress factors in the work environment, particularly in the social work sector. What Shohini and Priya already mentioned, in continuation with that, I would like to focus on the fact that this social sector, social work as a profession, has got this characteristics of doing charity. So as if this is not something, I mean, we, all of us are, when Shohini is saying that it's our passion, some of us are educated, some of us came to it, I mean, left a lot of things and joined this sector because we wanted to do this. But it's very important for the professionals and then the community to understand that social work is not a charity. I mean, offering charity and accepting charity, both should be unacceptable for all of us. It's demeaning both the parties. And this concept of charity, when gets associated with the social work profession, the point that Priya mentioned, that you are doing a social work, so you may skip 1 day or 2 days, or you may take leave for long, and it's not paying you a lot of money, so it's okay. So I think before the society, it should come from the organizations, the people heading the organizations and the teams, preparing the teams. When we are talking about not just about the higher management, the entire team in the social work sector, they are the kind of wages that we offer them. And we are, I mean, when we talk about this, we mostly focus on the urban areas. But what about the huge rural sector where they are paid, I mean, literally, I mean, it's nothing for survival. So there, it's very important, and they are fed with the concept that it's a social work, you're doing charity, you're not supposed to earn a lot of money. But everyone needs money. It's not about wasting money. Everyone needs money for sustenance. And this whole concept, this whole, I would say, this anesthesia of concept of charity, I think as professionals, we all individually and organizations, we need to work on it. We are here as professionals, be it our profession, be it our education, be it our family background, whatever it is, finally we chose our professions. And we are here to work. We are not doing charity. I mean, whatever we are doing for the society, it's equally giving us back. When I'm working with the special needs sector and meet people in the society, they invariably say that you are doing a wonderful job. But I express my gratitude to everyone, and I tend to reply that the kind of these special kids has given me back, that is not equal to what I could do for them in last 17 years. So it's a both-way process. Whatever we are doing in mental health, in whichever sector we are in, it's a both-way process. So we need to shift our focus from this concept of charity in the social work fraternity to a more professionalism and to a more professional way of dealing with it. So sometimes what happens is, when we only live with passion and emotions, the kind of specialities, the kind of gifts that we have as professional, we cannot explore them at its best strength. So we also, as professionals, as the head of the organizations and as the team members, we need to look within to work on these things so that we can deliver better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Panda. I love the concept of looking within, looking inside you. And that will give us great insights It'll open so many new vistas if we can only understand our own selves. Now, coming to the next question, do you think that anything is being done right now to address mental issues in the social sector? Is anything being done at all? And if what is it? And are we really implementing any solutions? Sohini, let's hear from you now.
I can talk about what we've been doing in our organization, Breakthrough. We have 156 employees. And we actually started paying attention to employee well-being when we participated in a research conducted by New York University, Columbia University, and Sarah Lawrence College in 2018-19. The study, looking at 70 human rights organizations from 35 countries in every region of the world, and more than 36 experts, was to understand well-being challenges and opportunities in the human rights field and how organizations respond to mental health and well-being issues arising from that work. And then COVID-19 hit us in 2020, and we were actually on our way to creating a well-being plan for employees, but we just had to kind of pause a little bit because right at 2020, when COVID-19 hit us, it was more kind of responding to an emergency situation rather than create a long-term well-being plan. So we did everything that many organizations tried. We created well-being groups comprised of our second rung of leadership who had some prior experience of working with mental health issues. We conducted employee survey to understand feelings, moods, and emotions of employees. The well-being group within the organization, apart from conducting monthly sessions on stress and how to manage stress, also organized relaxation sessions on music, movies, cooking, things that people have fun with. While doing and we also reached out to several organizations like Hankun, Alternative Story, Tarshi, to help us conduct sessions with our employees. Right now, we are on our path to actually creating a well-being policy, which comprises everybody in the organization. I can talk a little more about it when the time comes. We are also working with Mana Wellness, who's supporting us in our work around workplace well-being. We are conducting preventive emotional health assessments, building awareness and engagement around well-being, and we are providing targeted intervention services and building internal well-being champions within the organization. And one of the important things that we are doing is actually changing the culture of the organization to make sure that everybody from the CEO down actually follows some of those things. What happens is that we create this, and then you have a CEO who's working 24/7, not taking leave, not really looking at her own wellness efforts, and that behavior gets replicated down the line. So we are making very sure that it starts with the top, and so everybody can actually come together in that. So I'll stop here, and if there are specific ones, I'll answer them later.
Thank you very much. Priya, can you tell me what you have been doing in your organization? Let's hear from you.
Sure. So I'll probably start off from where Sohini left. I think really walking the talk is so critical, right? Sohini, you so rightly pointed out that very often we feel that well-being, we must ensure that our our workplace and our teams have enough time off, have enough resources to rejuvenate, they are well taken care of. And we sort of believe at times that maybe we have those extra superpowers where we can power through some of these crises. I think that was one thing that this year we ensured that the senior management team took the time off that was given to them, and not sort of said that at this point in time we can't take time off. Starting from me, all of us ensured that we did take I'll sort of that was one big thing that we did. Through in 2018 was when we also started our well-being journey in a much more structured and focused way. What we did, because we work with marginalized and at-risk youth, we started ensuring that mindfulness is integrated into the curriculum itself. So almost every activity, every session, every meeting in the organization begins with, begins with like just sort of going inside, doing like a little bit of reflection or meditation or some activity that gives us that space of calm, right? And all activities end with a gratitude circle. So this is just something that we began. It's something that the young people that we work with really appreciate, and they've taken up as being something really, really valuable to them. And it just goes across the organization. During COVID was when we launched a much more focused well-being initiative and a policy as well. Sohini spoke about burnout with everyone within the organization, especially our facilitators and counselors who are, with the students at all points in time, right? And they were going through incredibly tough times. We work largely in Maharashtra. Maharashtra was just ravaged during the first wave. So at that time, we launched a program that taught all of us to be compassionate counselors, right? How do you bring in compassion when you yourself need a lot of compassion? And that's really hard. When you are wanting, you can't give. So that really sort of switched a lot of things for us, right? When we started thinking about self-care, not as an indulgence or a luxury, but as a necessity to be able to do our work really well and to be efficient and impactful in the work that we do, right? So we also launched what we call a well-being fund, which is like a small amount that is transferred to everyone at the end of the year or whenever they want, which helps them either access mental health resources or even do something fun like pick up a new hobby, right? Anything that gets them to, it's a very tiny nominal amount, but it's more like a marker to say that, hey, this is important for you to do. So those are some of the, sort of things that we've done. So well-being today is a vertical almost that is there in the organization, and it's just part of how we do and what we do things. Our flexible working, the leave policies that we have, all of that, also account for, just well-being within the organization as well.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about loving and caring for your people. And if you care, you will find solutions for them. And this is so interesting for me to learn that organizations are really taking care of their own people, investing time, investing resources, and finding solutions for them. Dr. Amrita, what about you? Can you tell us a little bit about what your organization is doing?
As Sohini and Priya mentioned, continuing from there, as we work in the special needs field, it's extremely stressful for the team to deal with the day-to-day activities when it comes to the special needs adults. And the challenges are extreme and it's extremely variable as well. So the first thing that we try to introduce is keeping the work within a time limit. We focus and we ask them not to overwork as head of the organization, and we check on our team well-being very, very closely. And there is a peer check-on process as well, so that the team who are working together, they check on each other, and we create different recreational sessions and kind of sharing their own difficulties, challenges in a one-to-one. They have access to one-to-one counseling session in within the center. So whenever they are faced with challenges, it's an open space for them where they can come, they can talk about it. So we have started. It's not just the in special needs sector. It's not just the students. We need to take care of the mental health of the parents as well. So it naturally becomes extremely stressful for the team to deal with so many things, and the kind of challenges that special needs families face, it can be extremely overwhelming for the people who deal with it. And during COVID, the kind of challenges that this particular field has faced, where they are, some of them are COVID positive and the parents are not positive, so the hospitals cannot accommodate them, and the parents cannot be there with them because they are not COVID positive. So the challenge was extremely overwhelming during this phase. And I think, as Priya was talking about compassion, in special needs field, at times that the whole team suffers from compassion fatigue. The amount of compassion that they offer every single moment, it makes them empty. And it's so important for the entire team to hold the space that we are together and you matter. You are, we can see you. You are here in this, you matter in this organization. This feeling makes a lot of difference, and this organizational culture makes a lot of difference. So that's how it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, I just want to talk about point of time, and really organizations and people have suffered. So Sohini, let's start with you. How did COVID affect your organization, and in turn that affect the mental well-being in your organization? Let's hear from you.
In the first wave, it was more about, a severe lockdown that didn't let us work. We work with adolescents. We work with about 800,000 adolescents across 4 states, and we couldn't really we didn't have any access to adolescents. And we work in rural areas, and contrary to all that is being said, they had no access to technology, no access to digital. There was no connectivity. Our efforts at connecting through WhatsApp groups and through phones were very, very bad. We work with, older adults, 18 to 25-year-olds, and actually they are the ones who became our channel to the communities that we work with, and they were fantastic in, helping us do our work. So the initial thought was, how do we get our work done? How do we not leave all those adolescents that we work with in government schools behind? And for us, it meant regression in terms of girls getting dropped from school, girls getting married early, all the work that we've done in the last, many years will actually take a back seat, and it has done. So that was the first concern. So it was more about operational, how can operational challenges. With the second wave, everybody started losing, members of family. There were, even on Zoom calls, you could hear, cries from the background. There were sudden things where colleagues had to go off to hospitals. We lost one colleague. We lost a very dear colleague who's been with the organization for 15 years. That really, all of that really affected the mental health of our colleagues really in a bad way. I myself, I can, I don't really have patience with some of these things. Earlier I didn't have patience with some of these things, but I started, kind of learning that if you are to build an organization, it's an organization on the basis of a culture that has respect, non-discrimination, empathy as its values. You cannot ignore mental health situations of those very same employees. And just as you said, the culture within organizations actually determined the unique stressors that employees experienced and then we rallied around them. But it was really a terrible time during that second wave.
So Priya, did you also find it devastating, COVID? And in what ways? Let's hear from you.
So a lot of, it's a similar, situation what Sohini is talking about. The only difference is that we work in urban geographies, and it's a very young team as well. So I think in the first wave, right away in March, because March and April are implementation heavy months for us to make sure that, because we run intensive career guidance and career readiness programs in schools, because schools end in April. March and April tend to be operationally intensive months where, we're trying to ensure that all of the work is completed, the reporting is done, and we're wrapping up. So the minute, we realized that, okay, we initially thought it was going to be for a few days, like 3-4 days, perhaps we'll have to work from home. But the team being a young team and fairly, sort of already we use technology massively, we could immediately sort of use Zoom and Google Meets and other methods to ensure that program delivery was completed for that academic year. Right. So I think that went well because there was enthusiasm from the schools, from the students, from the teachers. Everybody wanted to ensure that the year ended well. So the first wave for us in terms of the program implementation did go remarkably well because there was that enthusiasm to try something new and it was working. And there was all of that, initial, I would say, sense of optimism and positivity. But very soon when the lockdown extended, almost all of our communities became containment areas. Food was in short supply, right? Incomes just dried up. Almost all of the parents of our students work in the informal economy. So daily wage earners or they're taxi drivers or auto rickshaw drivers, income started drying up completely. So we took the call to do the whole ration distribution in the containment areas at the peak of the first wave. We partnered with another organization on the ground, a health organization, who trained us in all of the safety protocols. It was a stressful time. Obviously, we didn't want anybody to fall sick or get hospitalized, but at the same time, we needed to ensure that, we are reaching food ration to almost 75,000 people in all of these containment areas. So I think that was a bit stressful. Second wave was devastating, as Sohini said. Luckily,
it was a terrible time. It was terrifying, so to speak. Amrita, Dr. Amrita, can you tell us a little bit about people who have less communicating skills? How did you manage that situation with COVID? So that is a totally different situation altogether. Let's hear from you.
Yes, Dr. Batra. So when COVID came in, I was heading an organization in Kolkata, which has got almost 250 students with autism from the age range of 3 to 35 and a team size of 70. So we had no idea how long. We had a holiday just before the nationwide lockdown was announced. So there was for a 1 week holiday. So I had no idea what is going to happen in next 2 years. And I gathered the whole team and we discussed and planned an online setup where we can continue with our sessions, because without this regular session, it gets very difficult for the kids. But now they are special kids and they mostly are having autism. So they do not look at the screen. So it's not possible to teach something through phone. So we included parents at the beginning, and then initially we could see that the eye contacts, the engagement improved for the students as well. And basically, when the nationwide lockdown started, it was 23rd of March or 24th of March, I do not remember. 1 day before that, our online education process started from our organization at that point of time. So it had been, we had no idea that it's going to be so long. But then with time, we could see we were very fortunate that the community that we were serving and the kind of difficulties that we were expecting during the COVID pandemic, the individuals were a lot settled when they were sitting back home, even though they cannot accept changes easily. Even then, some were settled back home with the services from the institutions and with the set of work programs delivered to the parents so that they can continue it at home, and the therapy services, the therapists helping the parents online continuously to offer as much of support to their kids back home. So, but as the first year was over, it was extremely tiring for everyone. And that time was really challenging when the third wave came and they were still not out of home, and because wearing mask was extremely difficult for them. So we had to really fight hard to make them used to wearing masks. And so those were real challenges. Vaccination.
Dr.
Yes.
Amrit, you must have had a difficult time coping with all these things. And with
All
all
of
this,
us, it's not just me, the entire team had a difficult and a wonderful time, because I believe COVID brought us together. COVID brought us together, and we have started thinking more than before.
Yeah, and the best part is that this discussion today has brought us all together, and we've all realized how difficult life is and how simple we can make it just by loving, caring, communicating, giving to each other. I think it's all about love and compassion, finding solutions, and of course, learning from adversities. Like you've all rightly said, that COVID was, well, it brought us together. It was a learning experience. So with this, I conclude the panel today. I want to thank Mana Wellness for this wonderful opportunity. I want to thank all the speakers for their valuable insights. I have learned a lot today. I will go home a better, stronger, resilient person. Thank you, Mana, once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Priya ji. Thank you, Sohini ji. Thank you, Dr. Panda. Very, very insightful and impactful comments made by you, understanding this field, understanding the sector that you all are working in, and coming up with challenges. They are very different when it comes to, on a larger perspective. So with talking to each one of you, we have understood how well-being is a priority at your end in your communities where you are working, and how can we also increase the impact. How can we increase? Wonderful thing that I got from Priya is the funding. I mean, everybody's investing and people can take it out. So that's have next panel with us, and I would like to invite the speakers of the next panel. We have businesses and people. Employee well-being is now a part of CEO's top 3 agendas, according to a recent study by Gartner. Let's hear from leaders who have taken a step to prioritize well-being for their employees and understand how we can address the needs of our employees as well. This panel will be moderated by Manoj Chandra. He's Director Marketing, Manha Wellness. And the panelists for this particular panel discussion are Mr. Rama Shankar Pandey. I would request you all to please switch on your cameras. We have Lieutenant Colonel Ramesh Menon and Devasmita Sinha. A very, very warm welcome to each one of you. Over to you, Manoj sir. Please take it ahead.
Thank you, Kashish. Once again, a warm welcome to everyone to this panel, the last one we have today. I'm glad to be moderating the session with the distinguished members that we have with us. I know we are going to keep you away from lunch, but believe me, be with us, because you will certainly get food, a lot of food for thought. And with the kind of experience and perspectives that I've had found by my interaction with the panel members so far. It's a pleasure to introduce you to my panel today. Colonel Ramesh Menon is a thought leader and experienced professional with wide exposure in very, very large areas of spectrum of areas, administration, facilities, and other areas. With over 2 decades of experience as a defense service officer, and that you would know the kind of discipline and many other facets that you would bring in with that, and over a decade of experience in the corporate sector, another level of experience. Colonel Menon has held senior level positions in corporate areas, again, wide roles that he's played. He's been a catalyst in several path-breaking initiatives in areas like transitions of business and sustainability and many other areas. A champion of mental health care, Colonel Menon has actively prioritized and driven the movement of well-being at his organization, GAR, infrastructure. It's my pleasure also to introduce Mr. Ramakant Pandey, an entrepreneur, turnaround specialist and automotive industry professional with a proven track record of customer centricity, and a very passionate, again, a passionate leader, building a great place to work culture at his organization, Hela Lights. He's been an award winner, several awards he's won, including the Economic Times Most Promising Business Leader of Asia. Once again, Mr. Pandey is a passionate spokesperson of mental health care, and he's also very focused on creating an inclusive environment for his people's emotional health. Our third panel, of course, is my dear colleague, Devasmita Sinha, Clinical Director and founding member of Manal Wellness. Welcome all, and looking forward to collecting your inputs on a range of areas on an increasingly topical subject of workplace mental health care. Let's roll, and we're just going to get into the first question straight away. You know, the WHO's theme this year is about prioritizing mental health care. Well, Manal, I would want to start with you about this area. What do you prioritize? Why would you prioritize healthcare or health in general of your people? And what does mental health fit into this whole spectrum of prioritizing health for your people?
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll just start by telling that for us, as for any other organization, prioritizing the mental health, we have realized is very, very important. And I'm sure that no organization can claim otherwise right now. And the most important reason why we should do it is because we care for our employees. Any organization that cares for its employees has to think about the health aspect. And it's only in recent times that we have seen that we have evolved in the workplaces from, let us say, starting from a health and safety point, welfare-oriented kind of organization. And then when we started talking about health, we were more focused on physical health. And organizations were only looking at, simple things like giving an ESI card or having a health insurance program. But I feel that it's only during the recent times that we have realized the importance of mental health. And that is where we would like to prioritize all these things. Healthcare has to be prioritized, and we as an organization are focused towards that. And that may be the reason why I'm here on this panel and why we have tied up with an organization like Manal.
Thank you, Man. To you, Mr. Pandey, I mean, why would you prioritize, and particularly why would you prioritize mental health?
I think what you asked very interesting before we come to health side. Why do you prioritize people first? Why people are important for a business. If you look at any strategy we make, businesses are made to make money. The moment we call business, it's basically making money. Now, while you make money, and if that is your KPI, of course you need different strategy. Whether it is your manufacturing strategy, whether it is your marketing strategy, and one of these strategies is your people strategy. And that is how it is connected. And then you take care. And there is a driving factor for business why they have to take care of people. Now, I was talking to you almost on the conceptual part, which we study in our business schools in my alma mater. Maybe I am Bangalore, but I have been taught. But as a practice, I tell you something which I realized, which I experimented, maybe a little innovative. What we did actually, when I took over this organization, which I'm leading as managing director, Hela India Lighting, it was at that time coming out of BIFR. It was like a bankruptcy. And we had to make a business case and kind of innovate this company. Of course, now it is a history and everything is documented. But at that point of time, for me, even to get an employee to join this company was difficult. And I was just looking at what can be my vision, what I can prioritize, like you are asking about. And as a practitioner, we said, what if we change the means to purpose and purpose to means? You have a KPI of business, and for that, you need people. Can we do it the other way? That we make the central theme of the organization to develop people. And to develop people, you can't develop without a hands-on projects, without a good goal, without an ambitious target, without a challenge. It's almost like gaming. It's almost like the way we go for sports. And what impact it's make on people for their pride, for their day-to-day, how much they come in. Believe me, people went all out. The moment we said that our organization, the prime focus is people development, we have something called position class. And we said the class should change. That means each one of us, we measure their ability. And here we are talking about health. I will say, whenever we talk about health, we talk about hospitals and it's like post-care. Let's talk about wellness. Let's talk much before that. Why should we reach that level? Let's talk about mental ability. Because how do you perform in an organization? Only when you are mentally able. And here we were to pull everybody on that pride with that passion in a way that everybody melted, and so-called those derailers in the organization, all those noises, gossiping, political stuff, everything was kept aside. And we took a very large vision of saving people on road, because I wanted also to give a purpose to people, and it worked wonders. So just to make a summary of that, believe me, I did a little bit of a small experiment, and we have been benefited. So people who are here probably listening, I must motivate them. There is a business case to put people in the center. In fact, there was a very interesting, when we were awarded this great place to work, they have something called Greatness Diaries, and they were interviewing me. And probably that time I could comprehend that, because while I was doing, I was not aware about this. But when they asked for this interview, I could comprehend that what we did actually, that rather than a means of people, we made people as purpose, and everything got changed. And that's what I can tell you about priority, how people are so high priority for any organization, including my own organization.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think clearly people as a priority, therefore care for them is a priority. And it's just very natural for us to also focus on mental health care, looking at people and care. Devasmita, from your observation, are there any other reasons why organizations have begun to prioritize mental health care in this?
Right. As I was listening to Mr. Pandey, I was thinking that, if all leaders thought like that, and worked as passionately, maybe we wouldn't have a problem at all. But a few things that stand out is that, one, that the reason we need to prioritize health, and especially mental health, because that's been neglected for a long time, is because there are real costs involved. Even if we don't have leaders who are as passionate or as responsible, I would say, there are real costs involved if people are not doing well, whether it is their mental health or physical health. I just call it health because that's what it really is. So not only are there healthcare costs, in addition, there are costs like absenteeism. There are costs that, you're just, the organization's just pulling. And, I won't go into the numbers. Those are all very easily accessible, but that itself also makes it a business case. That if you want a sustainable business that's profiting for a very long time, then you cannot do that with a workforce that is not well, that is exhausted. It's just not sustainable. There are hidden costs if you don't do this right. And that is why health should be a priority.
Thank you. I think
very important. I'll just add what Devasmita said. You talked about cost. Whatever, see, sometimes organization is not visualizing that cost. Exactly. Because it goes to individual. But believe me, in this area of mental wellness, whatever is costing an employee, it's only a matter of time it will get transferred to the organization. There's a direct connect. True. And that's why this cost has to be, I think our accounting philosophy does not account for this cost. But like in marketing, we could succeed in creating an intangible asset on a positive profit side. But on the cost side, I think people who are in this business of helping, I think you must come out with that. What that real cost to the organization? Then we have a formula, a real formula to tell that employee cost then gets transferred to the organization and it dents the business. Very interesting thought, Devasmita.
Also, I think the other takeaway is that what Devasmita is pointing about is that long view of time. You have to have that long view of time, because many a time businesses with a shorter requirement is this, which may sometimes be counterproductive. So moving on, I think like any other discussion, it's important we first look at the good news, and then we look at what needs to be done. Again, coming back to you, Colonel Menon, what are some of the good right steps that you're seeing in Indian enterprises today around people's mental health?
I'm not able to hear you very clearly. Could you just repeat that question?
Okay. So question is, what are some of the right steps that you're seeing Indian businesses take for their people's mental health care?
Yeah. So this is a very important thing that, like I told last time also, that the awareness about mental health was lacking. And I personally have seen that this COVID pandemic has been a watershed event that has happened. And that has brought much more realization about the importance of mental health. Because if you really see during the COVID times, the stress levels of employees had increased. And if you see the overall journey also, stress as a workplace factor itself the realization came pretty late. I think it was in the 80s that people really started talking about stress at the workplace, workplace induced stress as a concept that came somewhere in the 80s. So till then, I don't know what people were doing when they were talking about, health and wellness. And the concept of wellness itself also came much later. And it's only in recent times that the maturity has come as far as, the mental health and wellness is concerned. And that is what I see that, now most of the organizations, the good thing that is there is that the COVID, anything bad also brings about something good. And this I feel is going to really impact, because if you see today's environment, we are talking about this generation that has got a lot of aspirations, a lot of multiple pulls that are, pulling them in different directions. And it's not only about work. They are very focused on their work, but at the same time, they want a lot of other things in life. And until and unless organizations prioritize things from an employee standpoint or a people standpoint, we would always be missing things. And I would say that when we are talking about a people-centric organization, we have to think about people first and then about business. Because without people, there is no business. So until and unless we put that, instead of simply correlating it in terms of productivity or output, we need to think about people. Because if the people, their mental health and wellness is not good, your business cannot thrive. Okay, and that's the way I would like to put it. And I'm really glad that during the recent times now, a lot of organization, I have got a large number of clients. When we started this journey, like we started with the British Safety Council COVID assurance certification. We did the Well HSR that is there from IWBI. So being a developer, typically a developer organization doesn't focus so much on this. So the first thing people ask me is, why are you doing all these things? IT companies do all these kind of things. Why are you focused on? I said, now it is not a question of you and me. It is we. Until unless we all understand the importance of health and wellness, we collectively are going to fail. And we all have to be equal partners on this journey. I am, as a matter of fact, encouraging a large number of my clients also to follow this journey.
Thank you, Manan. And yes, certainly self-awareness or awareness aspect is really becoming one of the most evident change in the space. Mr. Pandey, what makes you happy about what the industry is doing in India for people?
I think on a very practical level, it makes me happy when I see now it's part of the discussion, not exactly on the mental health I see, but to make the workplace little happy, to make the working culture or the processes people friendly. I think that has started in a big way. When we got the Great Place to Work, I remember there were two or three companies from the auto company in my industry. But now I see suddenly in last 5 years, a number of companies, my ex-company Bosch, for example, was not in the Great Place to Work. And I just saw this year, they are part of the Great Place to Work list and they are working on it since last 3-4 years. Now that's a major change. People felt that just by their big brand, they were able to attract. I think today, I'll not say which generation are in the industry, but every generation is prioritizing. When the employee is prioritizing that, employer has to prioritize it. So I think the movement is little bit the other way around. Wherever we have the talent crisis, the talents are demanding to be inclusive workplace. They are demanding, they're choosing actually. And that's a great thing to happen because ultimately every organization is run by an employee. You have the promoters, but there may be 1, 2, 5, 10, but you have thousands of these employees. And those days are gone, which is industrial days, industrial revolution days, or industrial age, where you have those, mute people. People are not mute anymore. They have social media. They have connectivity. And every organization has a reputation for employee branding. One is, of course, their own company brand for products, but employee branding matters a lot. And for that purpose, I think there's a pull from business because reputation is a huge asset for any company. And that reputation is at stake, even if you have 2 or 3. The Glassdoor was not there before. Now you see on Glassdoor, you see that every leader is open in the glass house. You just can't do something and get away with it. Maybe after 5 years also. So I think this is a very interesting time for us, where we are very transparent. The digital world and the physical world has come together, and people have got voice. So the good thing is, Manojji, that yes, it is, whether you like it or not, every organization has to prioritize this. So it's coming from a pull factor, but also the leaders have started understanding. I think post-COVID, it is on a very high level. I think that I will definitely accept. I do not want to talk about the COVID factor, but even other than COVID factor also, the lasting organization. Let's say, for example, India is known for such a big brand called Tata. Let's say, I think Tata, much before, in fact, our industrial policy comes from Tata's internal guidelines at Jamshedpur. Now, why did that happen? Because the leader thought about it. They had a vision. They had that passion for it. And today, India is benefited in that blue collar space. Similarly, the same Tatas, when I see their Tata Code of Conduct, some time back, I was going through in one of the jury, I was in IMA, I say, wow, they have a commitment from all leadership. Every board member has to commit to that. Now, in that organization, which is today in India, almost every product they are in, and they are driving it, imagine the critical mass. So something great is happening, Manojji. We will see this, how it will progress, but it's good news for our work environment in the country.
Thank you, Ms. Pandey. I think yes, a change from the top is certainly what is required, but we have started seeing in some of the areas and pockets of the industry. Yes. Devasmita, just to add to that question about the good news through the pandemic, we had Colonel Menon and Ms. Pandey touch upon what is happening in the pandemic time. So what are the good things that happen in the pandemic when it comes to employee mental health care?
Right. So I just had one more thought there. I think, as a mental health practitioners, as a practitioner and being part of communities where there are other practitioners also, I think for the longest time, the voice that was talking about mental health has been this community. And the one thing that I think is happening differently now is that there are so many other voices that have joined now, starting from the World Health Organization to different organizations to social media communities. And it's all these voices coming together, which I think gives momentum to this entire shift that is happening. And of course, the pandemic has been a huge catalyst. In fact, there is a joke in the psychology circles. We say that we are the Schindler of the pandemic. So while we've been trying to help people, the community has also benefited tremendously from this watershed that has happened, because we had been harping on how underprepared we are, how we don't have resources, there is not enough access. No one was listening, right? Till the demand became so loud and so sort of, palpable, that then people started taking stock of the fact that we truly were underprepared. That having a tick box, service that you're just providing but not encouraging people to take does not solve the problem. So all of these things just sort of stood out, and it became their problem, and that is what shifted. Now, when we are approached by people, it's them reaching out because they have a problem. Earlier, it was we trying to tell them, look, you have a problem, but you don't see it. So,
yeah, absolutely. Thank you. No, I think this whole aspect of feeling safe to open up, it's a big shift there during the pandemic, and we started seeing that again in some ways. I think we have set that ground in terms of saying this is what is reality on the ground in terms of the good news part. To look at this whole to-do, it is important for us to really understand the speed breakers, the challenges and struggles that the industry has. So, Colonel Menon, what are the challenges, what are the difficulties, what are the speed breakers out there, which slows down this whole process, this whole aspiration of champions like you to really make sure that everyone benefits in the people's mental health care?
I don't know. Again, I'm not able to hear you. Your voice is breaking. Maybe my internet has got a problem. So I'm really sorry making you repeat your questions. Yeah.
Question: what are the challenges the industry has today in making sure that the good news has built the momentum? We are able to really make sure that employee mental health care in its true sense becomes widespread and all-inclusive?
Yeah, so here I would say that everything depends in anything that has to, a journey has to start, it has to start from the top. And the fact that somebody like Mr. Ramashankar is sitting here says that, organizations at the apex are already, taking this aspect very, very seriously. So until and unless that happens, it will not really make a visible impact. The second thing and the most important thing I feel is that companies have to include this in their mission statement. See, when we had a mission statement, these words, health and wellness, were missing. We were talking about quality, we were talking about environment, we were talking about a whole lot of other things, but health and wellness was missing. So I had to redraft my mission statement to include health and wellness. So until and unless you start at that level and have a focus towards that, I don't think that we will be able to make any progress on this journey. And that is the way I would like to put it. And apart from that, once we see this, the challenges are going to be in terms of any management of change process, there will be a lot of resistance because everybody would not be aligned. So getting all the stakeholders together on this journey is going to be very, very critical. So until and unless leadership has got a vision. And secondly, the second rung and the third rung of leaderships in any organizations who really translate things at operational levels, they matter a lot. Unfortunately, a lot gets lost in translation. And people at the subordinate levels don't understand the importance of things. And that is where the biggest problem is. So if you have a holistic program, and I think there has to be at every level, there have to be consultative forums created where we talk about this thing seriously. I remember when we started with Mana, we had a survey done of all our employees. Till then, I was not aware about the stress factors that were impacting my staff. So if we start building this thing, we have to have a real well-etched out program for this and involve all the stakeholders. See, today it's all about people. If you really see the Center for Disease Control, when they have, even defined mental wellness, they are focused on the people aspect. If you go through their statement, it talks a lot about people, environment, community, those things. So it's not about just, isolated things in bits and pieces, but everybody together getting all the stakeholders. We are not only talking about ourselves. Like as an organization, if I talk about only my concept of employee is not just my own full-time employees. I have to focus on my contractors. I have to focus on the communities around. Now, for instance, I'm going for the SA 8000 audit, which is a social accountability audit. Now, there again, there is a lot of stress on these aspects. Like how well are you taking care of your employees? So until and unless we set those ambitious targets for ourselves as organizations, we are not going to succeed on our journey.
So those are certainly brilliant points, actually, both in terms of the mission thing and the second and third tier leadership in the organization. Yes. They, I believe, are the key catalysts in transformative exercise. Right. But what are some of the challenges that what are some of the mindset that needs to change? What are some of the hurdles curtains that we have in organization management?
I think the biggest hurdle is, people, the manager level. If you really see simple thing like stress, okay, workplace induced stress, if you really see, it is not the work that creates the stress. It is ultimately the manager who creates more stress for the employee. So until and unless our managers and supervisors take this aspect very seriously and they work towards that. See, quite often I have seen that managers are just making employees do unproductive work and wasting their time. Especially in today's kind of an environment, one of the worst things I have heard is that the boundaries between work and home are getting blurred in work from home kind of an environment. There is no end to work. And immature managers are there, they expect their employees to keep indefinitely working till late night and all those things. I have got my own nieces and nephews who are working till maybe 10 o'clock. You want to have a chat with him and he's still attending an office call. So why do we have to do that? So that is where I think the biggest challenge is people. For this, the people, the managers, the maturity level of people and understanding about the problem, that is the biggest challenge today. And until and unless we are empathetic and we look at things from an employee standpoint, we as managers would fail in this. And that is the reason why we have got this whole problem.
Thank you so much, Kannan. That's really valuable. Mr. Pandey, how do you see this whole challenge, and which really bothers you?
I think the biggest thing what bothers me is exactly very close to what you guys were discussing, is the mindset that these two are actually either or. Either you can be friendly with people or you do business. This either or. Little bit innovation you can have, and rather it is so well connected. I have seen n numbers of examples when the leader comes, and I think that is also manager versus leader discussion, what we always say now, that a manager highly focused on the KPI, and he understands that employee welfare or employee wellness or this expense on this health topic, whether it is money or time, he considered this or she considered this as a cost, not as an investment. See, if you can't train a person, if you put his situation in such a awkward, he is not able to perform, of course your performance will be jeopardized. And then you say the person is guilty, because the whole discussion is on the person, not on the process, not how to get that productivity in. So I think wiser organizations are tackling it. But, we don't have all the large wiser organizations as a big employers. Our big employer in this country, at least, I think a broad situation is little better. In our country, the biggest employers are those SMEs. More than 90% plus employees are informal jobs in our country. They're not having blue chip companies. Not everybody can get a job in a blue chip companies, though they can, aspire for it. So you have 90% plus who are employed by promoters. Maybe some promoters have a fantastic vision, but then the moment the operating people, they consider this as a cost. Even to give a task, you can just ask somebody for a task. Look at his mental wellness. And if you can just inspire that person by a little bit of small talk, give him the background, let him understand that he's performing this task, how he can take a pride, how the overall it will benefit the community, the country, and everybody. I think it makes hell of a difference. Let's say, for example, I'll tell you that we have a KPI called quality of lighting headlamps or tail lamps. Now, headlamps, tail lamps, if somebody is on an assembly line, he's just making it, many, many lights. And then you give him certain control plan, and he has to check that control plan. He has to make sure quality is good. And then it is actually, he's an employee, he's supposed to do that, and you give him an instruction and the control chart is there. This is one approach. I think the leader on the shop floor actually brings all these people together and let them relate that if they do this mistake, what does it mean if the focal length is wrong, the lights on the road is wrong, and you have a death on the road because of him. He's a different, changed person. Now the way he looks at that quality is completely different. He wants to do it better, not that he is asked to do better. And when you want to do something, it is like a life. I think I agree with Rameshji that the work-life balance now, where is the balance? I don't think we can stop this change. Work has to get into our house, in our life. And life has to come in work, the other way around. The only thing we can do, we just can't have this boundary anymore. I personally never had this boundary before COVID or whatever. I think I'm 25 years in the industry. And I found that if my work is not making me happy, I must change my work. Otherwise, if you have to do something really great, let's say, this is Steve Jobs again, who kind of influenced me. He said in the current time, to become market leader, to have that kind of business success is not easy. It's a VUCA world. It's a very uncertain world. And if you have to put that much effort, can you do it without happiness? Can you do it without getting passionate about it? You just can't do it. And that is why it is in business interest. It's not a cost. It is an investment. It is in business interest that this mindset has to be fought. Not only HR alone cannot do it. The leaders, the operating managers, we need to change that mindset. And that's why I think nothing less than a movement can sort it out. And it's good that COVID did happen. I think I also personally, many of my employees, myself, we all got into that mental phobia situation, and we understand the pain. As long as your career is successful and everything is going great, you don't mind running over people. But when you feel that pain, when you go through that, in COVID, a lot of people have gone through that. Let's use this opportunity for people and request them, for God's sake, understand when you were in that situation. Do you want to create the same? Why not we invest in this? And business will actually marry this. So this is an and, not or. And we have to do something about this bottleneck, which all of us are facing. At least personally, I faced a lot of time.
Thank you. Thank you. Life has to come to work. Wonderful thought there, actually, Pandey. Devasmita, I wanted to extend that whole discussion into understanding one thing about environment, I think, which both Fundamental and Mr. Pandey touched upon. It's about environment at the end of the day. It's about organizational environment. What are your readings about organizations' understanding of work environment? A lot more has been spoken about these days. Workplace has become a the word these days. How have you seen this whole redefining work environment so that everyone as stakeholders understood?
Right. In my head, I like to simplify things and break it down, because ultimately when we are executing things, it really comes down to the basics. So my answer to this might be a little granular. And I think that the barrier is basically us, whether we're talking about, the organization or the business or whatever it is, or even the environment. There is a generation, and I know I might get some flack for saying this, but there is a generation that confuses strength with emotional constriction. Not expressing, not dealing, not processing, and just locking it away is misunderstood as strength. And what that leads to is that now, if you are not dealing with it yourself, you have to deny its existence. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite. So then we deny the existence of vulnerability. And if I become a leader, then I deny the existence of that vulnerability, not just for myself, but for my entire organization, for my community. So that is, I think, the first thing that needs to change. And with the new generation and the compliances, I think this generation that I'm talking about is really facing an internal conflict, which is why we see a lot of things happening as just a checkbox, because you have to comply, but you've not arrived at that the conclusion yourself. Having said that, once this mindset shifts a little, everything else will fall in place. Once you truly start looking at your workplace through the prism of prioritizing people, you will see that, oh, why is the cafeteria so far? Why are we not selling enough fruits in the cafeteria? Why are people sitting like this? Isn't it better to sit like this and have more conversations? What about the introverts on the floor? Why does everybody have to sit in a glass cabin? Why can't we have a few cubicles? These questions will come to you if you start just open up that window that it's okay to be vulnerable. In fact, vulnerability is resilience.
Thank you.
I think I would like to add one thing here. Mr. Ramashankar spoke about happiness, So if you really see the Oxford English Dictionary's, definition of well-being also, this word was coined somewhere in 1613, we are talking about. And even today, we are not yet, having that maturity to understand this word fully. And at that time, if you really see the dictionary definition of well-being, was that it is a state of being or doing well in life, happy, healthy, or prosperous condition. So the word happiness has been there, and we have made our workplaces so unhappy. We are not focused on our people. We are not keeping them happy. So this is where I always ask my employees only one question. Are you happy doing what you're doing? Do you feel like coming to the office in the morning when you get up? Or do you curse yourself that you're coming to the office? So until and unless we create a conducive environment where people are happy to come to the workplace, I don't think we would have created a workplace worth working.
Beautiful. Thank you. We have some very good, super two questions that have come up on the chat box. Before I take it up, the last question I have for the panel members here is, what is that one thing you would want to do around your people's mental health in the next 12 months? Colonel Manoj, can we start with you?
Would you say that again, please, Manoj? I think.
Yeah. What is that one thing you would want to do for the next 12 months for the people's mental health?
Yeah, so I would answer that question by telling that, we have already started this a year back. Over a year back was when I thought it important. We can either be a generalist or we can go to a specialist. And that is where I would again go back to, I am sure Devasmita and you are going to be very happy when I tell this, that, a professional tie-up with an agency is very much required. I realized it. Most of us, we try to, do everything and we end up, watching up whatever we do. And that is where I see that, a professional help really helped me. It helped me to understand my employees better, understand their problems better, and have a structured approach to whatever I'm doing in the area of mental health and wellness. So I would like to, in the next 12 months, see, we have already built a platform now. We have already gone for, even one-on-one counselings. We have provided a help desk. We are encouraging our employees to attend all the sessions that your organization is conducting. So those things I would like to continue. So now the first year has been on building something. My second year journey is going to be about sustenance. It's about sustaining and building further on it, because this is a never ending thing. So until and unless we keep doing these things, I don't think that we will be creating a conducive workplace for us.
Thank you. This long view of time as an important theme. Mr. Pandey, what would that one thing be?
I fully agree with Rameshji that a structured approach will help us out. I think that's something which is ongoing. We must do that. Apart from that, I think somewhere now I'm getting a feeling that we have been, I have been leading an organization which is like 600 plus people, 660, 670 people. And then we have our own ecosystem, which is roughly another few thousands of those dealers, distributors. And we are making this awareness about this. And we are, so what is intriguing me is how can we scale up this, how can this become like a movement? Because I have seen the benefit of having a trust in the company, because we have this operating philosophy in our company which says trust and challenge. Even with our partners, it's not only a great place to work, also great partners to work with. This is what we are trying to achieve. We say, let's have trust as the capital, as the currency, because it becomes a very different ball game when you have a trust granted. Then we challenge like hell. Then there's no timeline, no deadline. I think this is something where we go a little overboard. But then people come back when they have trust, they could face all of this. Because trust gives that safety factor. Forget about happiness, Rameshji. I think even before that, the safety factor itself, we have done so much wrong in the companies, so much toxicity, and it's so unsafe for everything. First of all, employeeship itself is risky. If you are kicked out of the company, you are on roads. And our society does not accept this. Our society, employment is seen as everything for your life. Your designation, your visiting card becomes everything. We are not diversified society, unlike in some of the West, where you have your own personal space in the society. You are known by your skills, not just by the blue chip company brand name and whatever. Now, because of that, there's already huge pressure in the middle class. And on that pressure, if you you have managers who wants to run the company with insecurity because they can only get tasks done, it's almost like slaveness. So I think somewhere this is what is intriguing me, that what can I do to scale it up? That's also the reason why I'm here. My major reason is if we can propagate this as much as possible, that safety factor in an organization is the must. And no compromise on that. Whatever I think it should come from shareholders. It should come from investors. What you see the ESG movement, I'm so happy with the ESG movement. I'm happy to see the accounting policies is being changed, because with ESG, and whoever can, wants to get connected on that topic, I'm so happy to give my personal time on that topic, that this country needs it most. Because people in past were slave with those iron, whatever, rings, but now they're all slave with this societal mentality where job has become more than a job for them. There's no life. So why not we then demand life in that job? Else we are, we have a very difficult society to deal with.
I think you touched upon, ESG as the future. And it is becoming, like I always say, that now it is no longer about a choice. Organizations have to adopt and go on the ESG path. For instance, in my organization, I have made a plan for 19 audits and certifications during the next 1 year. So we have already done the quality part, the energy part, the environment part. Now we are talking about, carbon neutrality, zero water, disclosures. So that is the way forward. And until and unless we learn to cohabit with the environment, it just doesn't work. And that is where, when I was talking about the definition of, what the CDC has also spoken about wellness, there also community, the word community plays a very important role. So we should not think about our organizations as an island. We have to cohabit with the others and that is where I would like to position my organization as, a responsible developer who is looking at not only this thing. We are talking about inclusive growth, where when we are growing, we would like our partners also to grow. Everybody grows. So the fund will be there when all of us can grow, all of us can support each other.
Thank you, Colonel. I think this is really some great insights, actually. And before we close, a couple of questions that have come from the listeners. If you could take up one each, that would be great. Vamsi Mohan.
I am sorry, I have got a hard stop in the next 5 minutes because we are already behind schedule today. But anyway, we can wait for those two questions.
So we will take, you could take the first question, Colonel. The question is, how do we ensure that the mental health of senior management, especially senior management, is in the right state to ensure best for the business and all stakeholders? So
yeah, so I had already touched upon this earlier also, where I said that everything comes from the top. So if you, until and unless you have got a structured approach to all these things, it is not that you, in a meeting, you just talk about it and it gets done. So until and unless, that is where I said that right from your mission statement, based on your mission statement, you have to frame certain objectives. And those objectives have to translate to targets that have been given to various team members, your organization. It has to be a SMART goal kind of approach, where each and every manager of yours, it has, like I have put it in my SMART goals for various, everybody, every employee, for him, safety is one part, where he is an important stakeholder in safety. Similarly, health and wellness now, especially for your managerial staff, it has to be there.
So the question is actually more about how do the senior managers or management.
So that is where. So that is where I was distracted because my next client call has already started coming. So after this, I will have to excuse myself. So see, the senior management has to. So until unless ultimately, how does a hierarchy, this thing flow? If the top management is setting that as a clear priority, the senior management has to toe the line, and they also have to really have a structured approach. And we have to have this as part of our regular meetings. I have got very specific agendas set for this. And we have regular meetings in which we discuss these things. We chalk out programs. And these programs have to have certain targets. It is not that, you just talk about this and you forget about it. You have to make it. And that is where I definitely feel that, see, today it's not only about doing things, it is also about doing things rightly and about having the right, way of doing the things.
Yeah.
So until unless we get all the people, stakeholders together and take them along the journey with us. And this senior management has to really be part of that. It has to be set in their goals. There is no choice today. Because if you leave it to them, I don't think that it is going to happen. You have to drive it. I personally believe that people like Mr. Ramashankar and I have a very larger role to play in this. So we have to drive this thing forward.
Thank you, Colonel. This really helps actually. And thank you so much. I know you have.
I would like to excuse myself because I got a very important client engagement. Thank you very much, Mana. Thank you, Ramashankar Pandeyji. Very insightful discussion we had. And I would like to be excused, please, in case you have got more questions. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Yeah. Thank you. So
I think just to answer that question, for senior management, I think they are the most vulnerable ones. What I see in the current toxicity, they are like sandwich between what the expectation of KPI and how they are managing below. And it's almost like if you have infection in a brain, I think it's much more detrimental to the whole body. And to take care of them, I think it is expected that senior management will hide vulnerability. Precisely what Devasmita said, that you should actually be accepting that. So it's a very tricky situation. Believe me, it's very difficult. And if the person who is asking, and if it is actually coming from that pain, this pain is evident. Many of the people which I am discussing, not only in the private organization, in government organization, across. And when we are talking about productivity and meeting the KPI, without helping this situation, we just can't get over it. And that is the reason why you see that the visionary leaders, whether it is in the government sector, which is so important for the country, I think there it is much more what I saw. And also in the private sector, we can't move on. And that is where probably this is more of a society problem. This is more of a larger problem. I don't have an answer, Manoj, to this. Really not an answer. But let's do an effort in that direction. Same philosophy what Devasmita said, that can we accept vulnerability? Is it acceptable to accept these vulnerability upfront? I think in Gen Z it is there. I'm so fortunately seeing that. They don't care. They don't care. For them, a big car doesn't mean anything. For them, maintaining those liability doesn't mean anything. Those are liability for them. Here, for senior management, they're stuck. They're really stuck in that societal situation. And I have no worry for them, but this passing phase generation definitely needs to tackle it. And what is better than just to talk about it, hold hand to each other and find a way. Because that's like a group insurance, we can give to each other.
Really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ms. Pandey. And the second question that came up, how do you make senior management incorporate mental wellness a part of company's vision, is already been answered in many ways, actually. So we touched upon that. I think this has been extremely insightful, extremely valuable. There's so many learnings for all of us. Even Mana, I think we will have a lot more to take from the discussion we have had for our workplace mental health program. Thank you so much, Mr. Pandey, and thank you so much for Menon also. And thank you, Devasmita, for participating in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. All the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Manoj sir. Thank you, Ramashankar sir. Thank you, Devasmita, for such insightful ideas and knowledge, and some very bold and valid statements, much needed for the workforce to hear. I am glad that the questions were asked by the participants watching us live right now at LinkedIn, and we could answer them. Moving forward, we all will just go on a short break, and I am hoping all of you can have lunch or anything. Just take a short break, and we will be back at 3:30 with a very, very interesting and much awaited segment, which is to recognize some mental health champions, ambassadors, and warriors who have been nominated and suggested by their colleagues, by their clients, and people of their known circles. So we will be recognizing their efforts, their contribution at Mana Wellness, and congratulating them to continue to do so, in times to come. So I will see you all sharp at 3:30. Please join back, and we shall resume with the program and the celebrations then. Thank you so much.